Good morning and welcome to the Cobb County Planning Commission zoning hearing for July 2nd, 2024. I'm Michael Hughes, the Vice Chair. Stephen Vaught, our Chair, is en route and will be here shortly. We will go ahead and get started with today's meeting. We do not have an invocation, so we will start with the pledge. I've got to ask everybody to rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Terry, if you could go over the zoning procedures for today, and we'll go from there.
Thank you. Today's hearing will be conducted with the following procedures and process. First, we will call each case in numerical order. Then, when the case is called, we'll ask the applicant to please stand and raise your hand to show that you're here. Then we will call to see if there's anyone opposed to that particular case. Again, we'll ask that you please stand and raise your hand so that you can be counted for the record. After recognizing both the applicant and any opposition, we will ask you to come forward to be sworn in so that you may present testimony to the board. The applicant will testify first, and then the opposition, if any, will testify second. Each side gets 10 minutes to state their case or concerns. There's not a rebuttal process, so please convey all your information to the board within your 10-minute period. Additionally, if more than one person wishes to speak on a case, we ask that you coordinate with each other about the points you're going to talk about, because each side only gets 10 minutes. You do not want to cover the same information twice. After both sides have had their 10-minute presentation period, the board will start to discuss the case before them. From the discussion, they may request one of the speakers to come back to the podium for additional information. After that, the board will render their decision to approve, deny, or hold the case. Today's hearing will follow the order of agenda, which begins with our consent agenda, then any continued and held cases, and then the regular cases. I do have a couple of announcements regarding today's agenda. First, we have a withdrawn case, Z34 Driven Collision LLC. This case was withdrawn without prejudice, so Z34 will not be heard today. Also, we have a few continued cases, including Z2 Flournoy Development Group LLC. This case was continued by staff until the September 3rd Planning Commission hearing, so therefore Z2 will not be heard today. Also, Z9 Thomas Orrick. That case is also continued by staff until the August 6th Planning Commission hearing, and so Z9 will not be heard today. And finally, Z32 Emily G. Dunn. This case, too, was continued by staff until the August 6th Planning Commission hearing date, and therefore Z32 will not be heard today. First, before we start the agenda, I want to make a couple more announcements regarding cell phones. We do ask that you turn your volume or ringer off or the volume down so that it does not interfere with our broadcast or presentations. Also, a general reminder, I want to remind applicants in opposition and all interested parties that information is due to the board the Wednesday prior to this hearing. Any information submitted after the Wednesday due date may or may not be considered by the board at their discretion. And with that, I do believe we're ready to begin the consent agenda. So today, Cobb County Planning Commission zoning hearing consent agenda begins with case Z30, Bentley Residential Properties, LLC, Summer Properties, LLP, estate of James W. Bentley Jr., which is a request to rezone from CF and R20 to RA4 for single-family residences in land lot 224 of the 17th District. The property is located on the south side of Rebecca Drive, west of Pear Street. Staff recommends approval, subject to the site plan received by the Zoning Division on April 30th, 2024, with the District Commissioner approving minor modifications, variances contained in the Zoning Division comments, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations, Fire Department comments and recommendations, Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations, and Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations. Is the applicant for Z30 present? The applicant is present. Is there anyone opposed to the case or wishes to pull this case from the consent agenda? All right, there's opposition, so we'll pull Z30 and hear that in its regular order. Next, we have Z31, 2024, CarMax Auto Store Incorporated. This is a request to rezone from R20 to CRC for used auto sales in land lot 208 of the 20th District. The property is located on the south side of Quarry Road, west of Greer's Chapel Road. Staff recommends approval, subject to the District Commissioner to approve the final site plan, buffer to be a 20-foot landscape buffer, letter of agreeable conditions from David C. Kirk dated June 24th, 2024, no outdoor storage of vehicle parts, Fire Department comments and recommendations, Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations, Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations, and Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Is the applicant for Z31 present? The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to case Z31? We do have opposition. 2 in opposition. So we'll pull that case as well and hear it in its regular order. Next, we have LUP 20 of 2024, which is St. Andrew UMC, requesting a temporary land use permit to allow a farmer's market in land lots 371, 372, 421, and 422 of the 16th District. The property is located on the west side of Canton Road and on the south side of Blackwell Circle. Staff recommends approval for 24 months, subject to the hours of operation to be from 8:30 a.m. to 1 p.m., Saturday only. Agreeable stipulations letter from Blackwell Farms Market received April 18th, 2024. All parking to be in the church parking lot. Total square footage of proposed signs not to exceed 20 square feet. Site plan review comments and recommendations. Fire Department comments and recommendations. Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. And staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. Is the applicant for LUP 20 present? The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 20? See no opposition. And finally, LUP 7, which is our companion case to Z31, which is CarMax Auto Superstore Incorporated, for a land use permit for used auto sales in land lot 208 of the 20th District, located on the south side of Quarry Road, west of Greer's Chapel Road. Staff recommending approval, subject to the District Commissioner to approve the final site plan, buffer to be a 20-foot landscape buffer, letter of agreeable conditions from David C. Kirk, dated June 24th, 2024, no outdoor storage of vehicle parts, Fire Department comments and recommendations, Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations, Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations, and Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. The applicant was present, and we did have opposition to the companion case. Do we have opposition to the SLUP 7 as well? Yes, we'll hear that case as well in its regular order. So with that, that completes the consent agenda as it is.
All right. I'll take in a motion to approve the consent agenda with the modifications. Move to approve the consent agenda as revised, excuse me. And a second.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Anderson. Let's call the question. That's a vote of 5-0 to approve the consent agenda as revised.
All right, so that will bring us to our continued and held cases. First case is Z25. It has the companion case SLUP 6. Would it be the board's desire to hear both together and make separate motions and approvals or decisions?
Yeah, looks like we got general consent.
So beginning with Z25 of 2024, which is LCD Acquisitions LLC, Town Park Renaissance LLC, which is a request to rezone from OMR to RRC for purpose-built student housing in land lots 358 and 363 of the 16th District, located on the east side of Town Park Drive, north of Town Park Lane. This case was last held by the Planning Commission from your June 4th, 2024 hearing. Companion case SLUP 6, also LCD Acquisitions LLC, Town Park Renaissance LLC, is the request for the special land use permit for the purpose of student-built housing, purpose-built student housing in land lots 358 and 363 of the 16th District, located on the east side of Town Park Drive, north of Town Park Lane. Is the applicant present? The applicant is present. Is there anyone here in opposition to this case or these two cases? Okay. We do have 8 in opposition.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Park Suff, the law firm of Sams, Larkin & Huff, and I represent Landmark in relation to this rezoning and SLUP application that's before you this morning. I know we had a presentation a month ago, so I'm going to try to go quickly and hit some highlights that I think are important first off, let's talk about things that we totally agree on. There is a need for student housing. The KSU population is 45,000 and is increasing every year. Student housing on campus is not increasing. There is a proposal for 700 new beds on KSU campus. That will be done in 2 years. That won't even handle the increase in student population. So your percentage of on-campus versus off-campus housing is a problem. So you need off-campus housing. What alternatives do you have? You have basements, you have traditional apartments, and you have purpose-built student housing. Purpose-built student housing is a better option because it is designed for students. So there's zero question that this is a better living option for students. It's designed for students. It doesn't have the mix in populations you have with traditional multifamily housing. And the other component is we have a need for traditional multifamily housing also. So why have students compete with people who just got out of college and need a job and a place to live? Compete with them, provide better housing for students that's made for them. This is a study showing that KSU campus, as it changes from a commuter campus, is woefully lacking in student housing. So we need student housing. Let's talk specifically about the components of this property and why you should recommend approval to the Board of Commissioners and why your professional staff recommended approval. This gives you an overview of the KSU campus. It shows our site highlighted as the standard. And a couple things I want you to remember when you look at this case. One, this is north of Chastain Road. It is between 2 interstates. I'm going to repeat that multiple times tonight. And then you can see existing student housing that's here in this area. And student housing is not conglomerated in one area. It's spread throughout. You've got some to the north. You've got some other student housing north of Chastain in the Town Park area like we are, and then you have a conglomeration to the south. I think we all agree that it doesn't need to be all in one location, that having it spread around makes sense. It disperses the student population in a way that is beneficial. But let me point out also that the campus is just on the other side of 75, and that 75 is bridged with a road called the Skip Span Bridge, and that is hugely important, something that was missed last time when this Planning Commission looked at this because they talked about traffic as being a concern. Traffic, this aligns with the infrastructure improvements that Cobb County has made to this area. We are very close to campus. You have multiple ways to get to campus. This gives you a list of the purpose-built student housing. Do we all agree that students closer to campus is positive for traffic for everybody? We should be agreeable to that. It's closer, and you can see from this how close we are compared to the other purpose-built student housing. We are very close, and more importantly, we have alternative ways to get to campus. You can literally walk to campus. Perimeter parking for campus is not a whole lot further distance than we are. So if you're driving to campus and you end up having to park on a perimeter lot, this walk is not that far. We have a shuttle. We have opportunity to walk to the Big Owl bus. We have an opportunity to get to the CCT bus stop. All those things. Opposition brought up concerns about safety and crime. Let me say, last week there were some articles about a murder in a R20 neighborhood in West Cobb. Do we ban R20 zonings in West Cobb? It's a silly argument to say that crime is a reason to deny. Should we make sure that what we build is safe and secure for the students? And yes, the answer is yes. We have a safety management plan. That's one of the reasons why purpose-built student housing is better than traditional multifamily housing, because we have a safety and management plan that is designed for safety for the students. The product is also aligns with that goal by having interior corridors versus walk-up doors. That's a safety measure that ensures that everyone who enters the building, they know who it is, and it really is a safer environment. So that's one of the components of this project. Traffic. Again, we start talking about, is there too much traffic on Town Park Drive? Cobb County taxpayers spent $15 million building the skip span bridge to provide connectivity between Town Park area and KSU campus for access to campus. That's the purpose of that $15 million infrastructure investment. Its goal was to reduce traffic on Chastain Road by 20%. How do you reach that goal unless people use it? That's the point. More traffic on Town Park area is less traffic on Chastain Road. Again, I've told you I was going to be repetitive. You've got Chastain Road between two interstates and two interstate interchanges. That's your choke point. That's your problem. Getting traffic off of that is positive for absolutely all Cobb County citizens, and it aligns with the goals of the transportation plan in the area. I point out there also, you can see the route, how you can walk to a Big Owl bus stop. You can also, there's a CCT bus stop there. We have mass bus system in this county. What you do is you align projects that are close to that so that you can be utilizing it effectively. That's what we have in this case. We have a private shuttle. That shuttle will be going back and forth from campus multiple times a day, obviously more times in the morning. When people are trying to get to class in the morning, it'll hold roughly 35 to 40 students. It will go back and forth because of the proximity to campus, the quick turnaround time. One slight benefit that I want to note here is if 100 students are not parking on campus, that's 100 parking spaces that don't have to be on the KSU campus. Parking is a real problem for KSU, so this aligns with the goals of KSU to have less parking and more activity on their campus. Now, you saw the red signs, the no to Z25, and we heard from them last time. This is the very typical NIMBY, not in my backyard argument, that your professional staff and as a planning commission, you have to understand how that relates to everything. It's a powerful argument to say, not in my backyard. But it also can be misused. When your backyard literally is a 7-story hotel and multiple restaurants, that is directly adjacent. When we talk about our maximum heights, 55 feet, their direct adjacent neighbor is a 7-story hotel. This aligns with the investment Cobb County taxpayers have made in the infrastructure. It aligns with the goals of providing housing for students that is needed. And when you live in an urban village commercial, their property zone UVC, you expect this type of activity around you. So you can't come in here and say, oh, we had no idea KSU was over there. We had no idea that there would be activity here. You're right next to a hotel. Their concern about this becoming a nothing but a student housing area is belied by the fact that y'all approved of several months ago an apartment to the south that is a traditional apartment complex. So again, you have a mixture, not all one use. You have a mixture of populations. That is good. That is how you plan in a regional activity center. I do want to emphasize this is a regional activity center. Density comparisons, density, again, total mindset switch. You want traffic on Town Park Drive because it relieves traffic on Chastain Road. Total opposite to discussions we might have out in West Cobb where a road is choked and there's no relief. This is parallel routes. Density is the same thing. More people, more students here, closer to campus, that's less students that are spread further from campus. That only helps the students and everybody else. I do want to point out that the opposition last time pointed out about KSU's low graduation rates. And KSU is a tremendous institution that benefits all of Cobb Countyans. It trains our teachers gets master's degree there, it trains our nurses. It's a very important institution. We all want to do things that support it. KSU is trying to increase their graduation rates. If I can get just a little more time since we've got both cases, I'll be brief. The KSU is trying to increase their graduation rates. One of the things that they're doing to do that is, in fact, having students that are more active and involved in campus activities. That may be study groups. It can be different clubs and activities. Sports is hugely growing at KSU. What's the biggest impediment to people participating in those campus activities? Is being close to campus where you can get to and from campus quickly. That encourages participation in campus activity. That drives up your graduation rates. These students deserve a place in Cobb County. We can't be building a county that is only for people who have made it. These people are trying to better themselves with a college degree to make it. They need a place that they can live that is safe, that makes sense for them as students and makes sense for the community as a whole. They will be paying taxes. This project will be bringing $700,000 a year in taxes. So I do want to dissuade the idea that somehow students aren't paying taxes. They're paying it through their rent, but those are taxes that go to Cobb County. So yes, they're taxpayers. They're trying to get a college education. They deserve a place to be close to us. We've handled stormwater management. Again, I want to go back to the fact that this is a regional activity center. You've got a UVC zonings in the area. You got RRC, OMR zoning is OMR. This is some pictures of the campus. This is the courtyard areas. Some are designed to be active and some to be more passive. Again, you can see how it is designed for students to live and enjoy themselves. And this is the rooftop. We have amenity on the rooftop of the parking deck. That will be a great opportunity for the students to gather in a place that does not have any impact on any adjacent neighbors because it's up high. This is a rendering of the building and how it would look. This is the leasing office. Again, this is from Town Park Drive. We have spent time working on the landscape plan to have landscaping that is consistent with the landscaping that you have on Town Park Drive. 55 maximum height. That's built in the purpose-built student housing code. 70% maximum impervious. We've agreed to that. That's in the purpose-built student housing code. The area as a regional activity center and the zonings in the area allow over 100 feet and 80% impervious. So we're naturally limited in our density and our intensity by those limitations. So we think that this is an opportunity to put students close to campus. It is an opportunity. We talk about, as the county grows and you utilize these regional activity centers, you often hear people throw the phrase out, you want places where people can live, work, and play. I'll add the fourth element, live, work, play, and educate. This project does that. It checks all the boxes. The students can be working part-time jobs as they go to school with a commercial area that's there, restaurants and such. Also a place for them to eat and gather and get a haircut and things like that. So this is an opportunity, and this is what good planning does. It plans appropriately for different populations. Putting them in the right location helps everyone from a traffic perspective. They're participating economically as being a full-paying taxable property. And you don't have to believe me. You have an AICP that wrote the staff recommendation for approval. you should respect that professional staff that also recommended approval. So I ask that you follow your staff recommendation for approval and recommend this to the Board of Commissioners. Do want to briefly, and I think one of the questions is the density comparison, and we have a slide that I know y'all have all seen that deals with densities, and you can see that we are consistent with other, I'll call them, the industry calls them wrap product. When you go to structured parking, that's a different product. It's a superior product. More density, it comes with that, and that density in a regional activity center is actually a very good positive for everybody because it handles the transportation management a lot better. And you can see from this, and your staff put together a report showing densities of other RCs in regional activity center, 89, 90, the density is your friend in the right location. And when you put the density between two interstates where access to the interstate interchanges is good and you're not gumming up Chastain Road and you're utilizing a $15 million infrastructure improvement, that is good planning. I ask you to follow your staff recommendation and recommend this to the Board of Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from the opposition. And you'll
Mr.
have-
Chairman, just to note that,
I'm about to give them the extra time.
yeah, this will be extra
Yep.
4 minutes.
So you'll have a total of 14 minutes and 36 seconds.
Mr. Chair, I think I did fail to ask everyone to come forward for swearing in. So we'll do that just now. Anyone wishing to speak for both cases, please come forward to be sworn in.
Okay. Good morning, Planning Commissioners. My name is Tulin Avard, and I am with the Bells Ferry Civic Association, and we are here in opposition to Z25 and SLUP 6. We appreciated Landmark Properties and their lawyer, Mr. Huff, meeting virtually with us last week to discuss the rezoning request. We are, however, still opposed due to the following reasons. First, and most importantly, Z52 was approved in 2022 by the BOC for an apartment building adjacent to this property. The community was not in favor of the rezoning due to concerns of its setting a precedence in function and density, and that it would attract college students. The BFCA and the adjacent Town Park Townhome Complex negotiated with the developer, and stipulations were added and approved by the BOC to prevent college students from renting. To approve a college student complex to be built in this location is contradictory to and outright reneging on an agreement that the county made with area residents. Going forward, how will the public trust any further written agreements made by the county? Purpose-built student housing, known as PBSH, is housing specifically built for university students by private developers and has become one of the hottest asset classes in real estate, with forecasters predicting enormous returns on investment, all at the expense of students and their paying parents. The results of this investor activity include rapidly accelerating rental prices, the creation of luxury units with amenities that students say they don't need, and increasing pressure on the cost of other student housing in the private rental market. In many cases, student debt load is as much about housing costs as it is about tuition, and these massive loans can burden students for the rest of their lives. PBSH is not affordable housing and costs more than on-campus housing and most apartment rentals. They do not solve the problem of students renting houses in residential neighborhoods, as this tends to be the cheapest option for students. Concerns have been raised in relation to oversupply of PBSH beds, sites being used for PBSH rather than housing, and the negative impacts caused by high concentrations of students, which has a huge impact on the direct surroundings and the neighborhood and creates additional burdens on the area's services and infrastructure. On a regular basis, local residents object to the new arrival of PBSH due to problems associated with noise and nuisance disturbances, lowering of property values, and a rise in crime rates. PBSH cannot discriminate, and therefore less desirable individuals, such as drug dealers, can and do rent bedroom pods. Furthermore, these facilities do not have RAs to help control underage drinking, noise, drug use, and assaults. Social media reviews of these local off-campus student housing complexes are oftentimes very critical. Town Village contains the highest density of PBSH. However, this area is not located near single-family residential homes, and they were approved before August 2019 when the BOC adopted Section 134-37 of the Cobb County zoning ordinance, which allows PBSH as a special exception use subject to the approval of a SLUP by the BOC. Regarding stormwater, the county has noted that this site is within a 1-mile radius of an impaired stream and potential or known drainage problems may exist downstream from this site, which refers to the Chastain Lakes, which are often affected from water and sediment runoff from town park developments. Under the PBSH County Ordinance, Section 134-37, Special Land Use Permits, item number 34 states, maximum building height is 55 feet. When adjacent to a single-family residential zoning district, maximum building height is 35 feet. According to the Zoning Division Department comments, to the east of this property is RA4 single-family subdivision, in other words, Chastain Lakes. Therefore, this building cannot surpass 35 feet. In addition, and this is very important, the BOC must deny approving SLUP 6 according to item numbers 34E, due to the fact that this development will, quote, have a significant adverse effect on the neighborhood, it will result in a nuisance as defined under state law, and the property values of surrounding property, such as the town park townhomes, will be adversely affected, end quote. If Z25 is approved, it will set a precedence and leave the other 14 office buildings vulnerable to becoming PBSH as well, which is what happened 1 mile away at Town Village, which became a high-density rental city with crime rates higher than the surrounding area. The property owner also owns the building next door, which will become a PBSH if this rezoning case is approved. Town Park should not be downgraded into another town village. This area needs to stay mixed use to remain viable. Since PBSH only provides temporary accommodation for students, they do not effectively contribute to improving local housing provision nor affordability. In contrast, they contribute starkly to boosting local density figures. Malhoun and all predict that the PBSH market will experience a disorderly end due to market saturation, speculation, and risks. This proposed PBSH is huge, with a density of 82 units per acre, as shown on the overhead. It is circled in blue, and the townhouses are in red. This rendering is from the developer's traffic impact study and shows how much larger this building will be than the surrounding office buildings. A better use for this location would be additional townhomes, condos, or an RSL apartment complex, which would generate the same tax revenue as a PBSH. Allowing one PBSH will, as we all know, result in a barrage of them. Therefore, you are not approving just one, but many, which will negatively affect the surrounding community. Please don't let this be the standard for the area. In summary, we were very appreciative of PC Lindstrom and PC Boulogne for voting to recommend denial, and we hope the remainder of you will vote to deny as well. We have proven why a PBSH does not belong in this location, as it will set an unwanted precedence. Also, the density is too intense, it does not adhere to the PBSH SLUP ordinance, and most importantly, it contradicts the stipulations that the adjacent developer had to incorporate into their letter of agreeable conditions in order to receive approval from the BOC. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And we'll hear from the rest of the opposition.
Good morning, Planning Commissioners. My name is Robin Grajeda. I am a resident of Town Park. I'm also now the Vice President of the HOA Board, and I'm here representing my community in opposition to Z25. Despite reaching out to a dozen local reputable attorneys here in Cobb County for representation, we have neither received phone calls, answers to text messages, or emails. This lack of response is highly unusual and concerning. We believe this might indicate external pressures or conflicts of interest affecting local legal professionals. In addition, we are disappointed that at our last PC meeting on this case, County Zoning Manager, Mr. Peterson, where is he? He's not here. He and Mr. Huff over here had a verbal discussion during the case's proceedings. I would like to state for the record that our Town Park community is located within 1,000 feet of the proposed development, which gives us standing to sue and appeal the decision should it be approved. We have hired legal representation at great cost to our community. We've spent thousands of dollars in the past week retaining an attorney in case we need to appeal. This rezoning case will have negative consequences to our home values, quality of life, and health. We will do whatever it takes to protect our homes. Many of these town park office buildings are struggling. They're struggling and they're in jeopardy of being sold to these PBSH developers if these rezoning requests are approved. The owner of this property is in financial straits. He's requesting a high premium for this lot. Remember, the county cannot take that into consideration. How much profit the developer needs to make to buy this property, that is completely irrelevant. The fact that the developer must build a higher density PBSH because the owner is charging too much for the property, that's of no relevance to this rezoning case. Cobb Department of Transportation comments that Town Park Drive, which is east of Busby Parkway, generates approximately 5,050 daily trips. This is based on an outdated 2016 traffic study. Once the adjacent apartment complex is completed, it adds 1,000 daily trips. Then we combine that with the projected 2,000 from Z25. This is adding 3,000 additional daily trips to an already busy road right in front of our townhomes. It's important to note that this additional traffic by these two residential developments, this is 7 days a week. The office parks, we're generating traffic 5 days a week. So now we're looking at 7 days a week of having traffic. The developer's proposed shuttle will only take students to the east parking deck. What about students who go to other parts of the campus, the west or the north? Well, they're going to be driving, obviously. They're not going to be taking the cute shuttle. Students whose classes are closer to those locations are going to drive. The developer assumes that the majority of student drivers and shuttle buses will use two-lane Town Park Lane to get back and forth. Town Park Lane is classified as a minor collector road. This was never meant to handle large amounts of traffic. In addition, the road is located less than 30 feet from our townhomes. 30 feet. This is going to increase noise and pollutants. All of these emissions from these cars that were never here before. In contrast to what the opposition says, KSU states that 86% of students live off campus. This is making KSU a commuter school by any definition of the word. And the four-year graduation rate is 18%. This is versus the national average of 38%. So 18% four-year graduation rate. KSU has gone to great lengths to keep their on-campus student housing safe, unlike PBSH's. KSU has a strict leasing agreement. No subleasing is allowed. They on online roommate matching service. Only same-sex allowed in the apartments. Overnight guests have to be registered. Key card entry. RAs to keep an eye on the students. Police roaming the hallways, making sure their presence is known. Studies have shown that students living off campus are nearly twice as likely to get a GPA below 1.0 as those living on campus. Not only does living on campus affect grades, but can also affect the length of time it takes to graduate. Hence the 18% four-year graduation rate, and that is from KSU. That is data that's easy to find. There's a huge waiting list for on-campus student housing, but it's not due to a limitation. This is, if we go to apartments.com or just Google, easy to do, KSU off-campus housing, there's hundreds of rental units. In the immediate area, there's almost 11,000 apartment rental units, and 3,000 of them are available. The Retreat of Kennesaw is the other PBSH owned by Landmark Properties. It was completed 2 years ago. The complex was approved to have 342 units with 685 beds. Unbeknownst to anybody, only 173 units with 681 beds were built, which decreased the number of 1- and 2-bedroom units. This saved the developer money, but it went against the agreements made with the county. According to online reviews, renters complain about the pool being closed due to maintenance issues, often access gate issues, the gates being broken, no security working on nights or Sundays. The local police have to be called to deal with noise. Landmark mentioned they were not aware of the broken gates and admitted that there is no 24-hour management or on-duty security. This is in violation of the PBSH ordinance, which states on-site management shall be required 24 hours per day, 7 days per week. So at times there's no one watching over a building filled with kids under the age of 25. They can't, rent hotel rooms or rental cars. But we have a whole complex filled with them with lack of supervision. This developer quietly reneged on the number of units, is not maintaining their current PBSH, is in violation of county code, and they want us to believe all their promises and all this talk about education, this is a billion-dollar company, okay? In summary, we request that you deny Z25. It will negatively affect our townhome community and other area residents. The density is too high, it causes traffic issues, and it sets a dangerous precedent. We'll be inundated with off-campus housing, which was never in the future land use plans. So I want to show just very quickly, these are some photographs from Google. This is one path from, now 225 is actually closer than this proposed development. So it says here quite clearly, that's 1.7 miles. The presentation that was just shown by Attorney Huff here showed 0.7 miles. If I look at another route, look at that. That's 1.6 miles. I'm going to look at another route. That route is 2.1 miles. Where are we getting 0.7 miles from? I mean, everyone knows how to use Google. So this is ridiculous. This is not that close as people say. And this little one-lane road, that's where all this traffic is going to be coming from. It's going to be clogging up the roads. We have trust in this board. We have lots of people with 3% interest rates in this community that are already looking to move. They're willing to take on a 7% interest rate because this is not what they signed up for. We want to know that our interests are being protected and not just the interests of this large company. Townhome residents are concerned. They're honestly concerned about the behavior of Mr. Peterson and also by the fact that attorneys wouldn't even call us back as soon as we mentioned Z25. I had to hire an attorney in another county, which is costing me more money because no one wanted to take this case up. That's ridiculous. So anyway, as a closing remark, we urge you guys to reconsider and we ask you guys to oppose this rezoning case. It sets a very bad precedent, and we hope that you're not in favor of supporting a multi-billion-dollar company with no ties to this area whatsoever, instead of supporting Cobb residents who call this area home, pay our taxes, and there are other tax revenue generating activities that could happen on this property besides PBSHs. So that's my final remarks. Thank you.
We will, that's the end of the opposition. I'll turn it over to Commissioner Lindstrom to lead the discussion.
Well, thank you to all the speakers that came up today. This is going to be a long morning. Hopefully not. Can I have a question for DOT? Real quick, I think you've answered this before.
Good morning. You have the floor.
Good morning.
Yes.
The gentleman who last spoke mentioned that the apartments that are proposed or under contract to build right next to this will have an additional 1,000 cars. Is that correct? And how many cars will this one have, the
Right.
traffic?
I don't have the
vehicles?
data for the one on 52. I just know that it is included in the traffic study counts for the future conditions, so for the no build and build in the traffic study. So they are accounted for in that. I don't have the number of the generation for that one. However, for the new development for the Z25, they will be generating 2,225 trips a day. But in the peak hour, there's 70 vehicles in the peak hour in the morning, is 70 vehicles in the morning and 210 in the afternoon on the peak hour.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yes.
That's it. Well,
Other question, Commissioner Ballon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What happens if our Board of Commissioners decides it's a good idea to turn everything north of Chastain Road here into high-density Fraternity Row, and we end up with 10 purpose-built student housing projects like this in that area, since we know we have troubled office buildings in that area? You're saying this would create how many trips at peak hours right now, this one project?
With this project alone, individually, it will be 70 vehicles in the morning,
Yeah.
and 210 in the afternoon. for the
210 in
peak
the
hour.
afternoon when people are trying to get home from work, traveling on 75 and 575.
Correct, yes.
And
that's
so if we have 10 of these pop up, that'll add thousands of additional vehicles.
potentially, yes.
But you're saying this is still a good idea? You support this?
I don't think I said that.
Okay, great, thank you.
Commissioner Anderson?
Hi, good morning. Good morning, Lee.
Good morning.
So I just wanted to understand kind of the baseline here.
Yes.
I think there might have been some updates to the trip generation if this were as an office building. Can you
Yes.
remind us what the current counts are, just so we have a frame of reference for how many incremental trips?
Sure, give me 1 second and I will look it up in the study.
Okay, great. And I'd be interested, and this might be a question of the applicant to understand when that trip generation data is from, but how occupied the building is. And that would be not a question for you, but I can reserve that for the applicant later on.
All right, so the traffic study includes a comparison of what it is. The building currently is 66,000 square feet, and it generates 808 trips during a single day. Then the peak hour, that's 117 in the AM and 118 in the PM. That's the office building that exists. And then they compare that to this 2,000 vehicle building. Now, if they were to build, they included another table where they tell us what if it was a full build out in this parcel of office building at 150,000 square feet, then that development will generate around 1,700 trips a day. And so they made the comparison that if it were full build out, then it would be less traffic from the student housing than it would be from the full build out of the office. But the current office one, of course, the student housing generates more traffic.
And just so I understand, I would assume on this site, if somehow that office building was replaced with a larger office building?
Correct, yeah,
Okay,
they
so-
just did it for comparison.
So probably the most relevant is the first one, which is what's
Correct.
exactly there. Okay.
Yes, sir.
But so just to be clear, so 117 trips in the AM is what would be projected for an office building that exists today versus 70 trips in the AM for the student.
The
And then-
office
but-
building currently is 800 vehicles a day.
Oh, just for
Trips.
AM?
For the AM, 117,
Okay.
yes.
But in the afternoon, the proposal would generate 210 versus 118.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I had the numbers. So one is bigger in the morning, one is bigger in the afternoon. Okay,
Yes.
thank you. That was just my
My
question.
pleasure.
Thank you. Additional question, DOT?
I don't have any more questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it.
Landmark Properties. Landmark Properties offer to hold meetings with their plans, to show their plans to the Planning commissioners. And I don't know, I think there are at least 3 of us attended these. David Anderson and I attended a video meeting with Parks Huff and the representatives on June 20th. The issues that I am focused on, I split it up. I know there's a lot of concern about the traffic, but I split it up to specific location, the actual parcel itself, the intensity and density, traffic, stormwater management, precedent setting, coexisting with neighborhoods. And all of those are intertwined. You just can't take one and not impact something else within that. So the first one, I'm going to leave intensity and density to last. First of all, the location. I'm very familiar with the town park surroundings, and remember, sadly, I do remember this, but the careful planning and the design of town park. It is still beautiful today. May be dated, but it is beautiful. Gorgeous trees. It's very quiet. But then business changed since COVID-19 that none of us expected. And while most of the businesses now have very low, it's true, occupancy along Town Park Road, and while the buildings have to change with the times, it doesn't mean that this parcel or the entire Town Park Road has to is appropriate for student housing. That's my opinion. And this particular location on Chastain Road is closer, and you can put up one of those maps that, that one right there. This one is much closer to Chastain Road than it is to the Skip Span Bridge. And this particular one, if they're going to change their building from offices, it's much more compatible to RSLs, high-end RSLs, high-end townhomes, more residential. That has to do with the location. This is very intense for this location. The traffic, as was mentioned, is going to increase by 2,250 cars, vehicles per day, which is on a minor roadway. It's not equipped to handle this type of thing. And while I thought most of the traffic would fall on Chastain Road, that may not be true. As Mr. Park said, much of the student traffic, including the shuttle, might be traveling right along Town Park Lane. That's parallel to Chastain Road for those who don't know the area, but it's directly in front of the townhomes. The gentleman who spoke was exactly right. It's 30 feet from their front door, right in front of the townhomes that are opposed to the project. We do not even include or know the numbers for Uber Eat cars, bicycles, visiting friends that will use Town Park Lane as a cut-through. Chastain Lakes HOA is duly concerned that just because 575 separates them from that, they are actually neighbors, and they will be highly affected by the traffic that goes in here. They do believe as to that they believe the traffic is going to increase, prices of the home prices will be driven down, and that is the same sentiment that the townhomes that are just about across the street from them believe. Now, DOT mentioned last month when I asked them about this, did they have any plans in place to change the Chastain Road 575 configuration to ease up? And the answer was yes, they did. Tell me if that is wrong, but yes, they do. But there are no funds for it. And the funds may be expected in about 10 years. And that could be a problem, even if it's 5 years from now. That's a problem. So then I moved on to stormwater management. And no one really focused on this, but there's a reason the Chastain Lakes is very concerned about this. Now, on the plus side, the developer who's designing this is going to use a holding tank that is newer than what most buildings use today. And the holding tank, as I understand it, will have a built-in filter so that the water that moves from this point to a pond that's north of this, it's very top of the screen. If you could use your pointer to that blue section. Cornelius, could you put your pointer to the top part of that? Above, straight up right there. I think that's the pond. That's the north pond. Now that pond, that water filtration center is going to feed their water, stormwater management, into that pond. And that pond is in very good shape today. And that pond water goes directly underneath 575 and into the Chastain Lakes Reservoir. Now, that's important to know because the reason they're so nervous is that that pond at the top of this one, the one that was pointed out, their weir broke about 5 or 6 years ago. And that pushed tons, literally tons of sediment into the Chastain Lakes. That forced this pond to be cleaned out, and that's why it's in very good shape. However, in the meantime, Chastain Lakes felt the brunt of that, and they ended up receiving a bill for, Tulin, tell me if this is correct, about $2.2 million, is that correct? 2 million, 2.1 million?
That didn't cause all that.
Yeah.
It's been years that it did cause.
We'd have to,
Yes.
let's
That's-
pause, we'd
no,
have to have
that's-
her come to the mic if she go.
Okay. No, she's fine, she's fine. So the HOA has $400,000, and the state has provided the subdivision a plan to slowly dredge and maintain their lakes. So intense housing is not going to help with this, and the Chastain Lakes residents will not be convinced otherwise. They've been hit once, and they know what happens with it. So they recognize the cost that student housing is going to cost their neighborhood and the effect that it's going to have on their two lakes. And that is the same effect that I'm sure that the townhomes will experience too when they realize that their townhomes may go down in value. There's nothing to substantiate that. But that explains a good part of why Chastain Lakes is very, very nervous about this thing. They do have valid concerns. Both Chastain Lakes and town centers, they may not be right on the same road, but they will be impacted on that. And because there's seemingly smaller groups of people, I don't think that's a reason to diminish or even dismiss their value in their opinion. So that was stormwater management. Now, the precedent that's going to be set along Town Park Road, this is going to urbanize Town Park Road. It's going to add 700 students in a live, work, play environment. That is way too dense. Now, at the time the town park was built, no one could anticipate COVID-19. None of us could imagine working from home. And can you imagine 5 years ago, 7 years ago, saying, I decided to work from home today? I mean, that wouldn't go very well. So to develop this, I think that they need to develop this as student housing is going to ruin the ambience of that whole area. It's just going to take it down like dominoes. And that worries me. I feel very badly about that part because it's so pretty out there. Now, finally, the density and intensity. The project was first proposed for 778 students. And we call that beds. There are going to be 778 beds. Now, they've changed that since to, I think, 762 beds. So that's, that has come down a little bit, 14 beds, but on 4.86 acres. And what's important to know about this is how to convert, and everybody should know this, how to convert a bed to a unit, an apartment unit. You have to, according to Cobb County, Section 134-37, Item 34, it tells you exactly how to do it. You take the number of beds, you multiply it by 0.5, and you come up with the number of units. Then you take the number of units and divide that by the acreage, in this case 4.86 acres, and you come up with the number of acres per unit. This is 82 point, thank you. This is 82.82 units per acre. Now, this compares with David Anderson's analysis of 9 properties within the RAC future land use designation from the last 5 years. And these apartment complexes were already in a zoned high-density area to begin with. And they include, in the past 5 years, Windy Ridge Parkway, Powers Ferry Road, Windy Hill Road, and Cumberland Parkway as well. We're not there yet. Cobb County isn't at the, this part of Cobb County in Kennesaw College is not a high density yet. Now, the chart is number that you're looking at right now. It's chart number 29 from the landmark presentation. The first four that you look at, the SOVA, the Indy, the Bixby, the U Point, Kennesaw, they have very high densities. But these, the first one, the SOVA, is 6 floors high. And I know that because I called each of these. The Indy is 7 stories high. The Bixby and the U Point are both 5 stories high. And they are all located along Big Shanty Road. Actually, it's a little, they've now had to create a street for these things. And one of them is directly across from Children's Hospital. This is an industrial area to begin with. There are no residences who live there. So, and the other ones are in great shape. That's fine, 25.10 units per acre. That's very reasonable to do. I did ask the developers if they could reduce their number of floors and the number of students, and they did drop it from the 778 to 762 or something like that. And I was looking, we have another one coming up in August. It's going to be student housing, and that comes up to about 23 per acre. That's a big difference. I looked at, if you would put up, it looks like a spreadsheet. And I'm showing these to you because I think everybody should look at how I'm looking at it. And true, I'm a little bit too detailed, but that's the way it is. You can see on the bottom part, you probably can't even read the top part, but the bottom part is the number of beds times 0.5 times different units, it's the unit, and it gives you the units per acre, and I reduce it slowly, and it looks like 250 units is much better suited, and certainly at the top end, and that's at 54.43 units per acre. I would say 225 units would even be better as a max. So I think Cobb County needs to take a look at their zoning and probably put a max to 50 units per acre. But this, I saw these presentations. I've met with them twice to look at their complex. It is a beautiful complex. I do think that they've got the idea right. I think this is throughout the country. There are student housing needs throughout the country. But that particular parcel that they're looking at is not appropriate. In fact, I'm not sure the Town Park Road is appropriate. So that's my story. Does anybody else have a comment on this? Anybody up here?
Do you have a question? Michael, I'm sorry, do you have not a question of my commissioner, but I do have some questions from staff. So let me, actually, let me have the applicant come back up real quick. There were some comments just made regarding management issues at another facility nearby. Could you kind of expand on, I mean, are you familiar with some of the issues, broken gates,
Yeah.
issues with pools? If you could kind of summarize what some of the issues are there and how your client is addressing those issues?
Yeah, first off, and thank you for asking me to respond to those questions. It does have 24/7 management there. Has a gate been broken at times? There is not a gate in Cobb County that hasn't broken at times. Is pool maintenance been an issue? There isn't an apartment complex that doesn't have pool maintenance issues. If you look on Google, they've got like a 4-point-something rating, star rating. People love to trash where they live, so that's significant. They do manage the complex, and they're number one in the industry. They not only build, they understand how to build for students, they also manage their projects and know how to manage for students. So, to cherry pick a few things that is going to happen anywhere. And you have to contrast this with what other opportunities. It is zero question that there's not enough housing on campus. So you have options of off-campus housing. If you have traditional multifamily housing, the leases, the behavior requirements are not there like you have in a purpose-built student housing. They have police officers that live on that in the retreat. I do want to point out that the retreat is a different product, and this is a superior product. So this has enclosed hallways. That is a surface park project with exterior doors. It's harder to control and manage because everyone has an independent access to their door. It's a different product. This is a superior product because you have to enter through controlled access points. You know that there's cameras there, key card access and all that. So it's very, very easy, a lot easier to manage a project like this than a surface park project. And so that's a real important consideration.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Linton.
While you're up there, Parks, is there any availability for along, let's see, where the other apartments are, the other student housing is?
Yes.
This is along Big Shanty Road, because this really is a very, very nice project. It's the parcel and that road, I don't think is appropriate, but is there have they considered any other locations along Big Shanty Road?
When they look at locations, they look at sites that are available, and they look at how close can we get to campus, because it helps them, it helps the students, it helps campus, it helps everybody being close to campus. And you said it yourself. You said down in Big Shanty, it's an industrial. There's no residential around.
Right.
And I understand that, but I humbly, respectfully say, our students aren't criminals. These are college students that are trying to better their education so they can come back out. Do we really think that you said it, that's an industrial area. Is that what we want for our students? Are we shoving them to an industrial area and then there might be problems because it's got some other stuff going on, and then we say, oh my gosh, students are problems. Students, I mean, I've got students, we were students. You're trying to better yourself. Why are we not allowing them to live in a place where they can enjoy a life and get to campus? And I got to say, Mr. Boulogne said, this is a version between old school thinking and current planning thinking. If you take Mr. Bloin's pointed statement to staff, do you support this? Shouldn't this all be office because everybody's going to be coming here? If this were all office, that means everyone getting here, coming up, getting off the interstate interchanges, getting to this property. That's how you have traffic problems, by putting 1 in 10, and then they're going to be competing with students. How you solve traffic problems is putting people where they need to be already. That's planning. That's what our planning staff looks at these things. And so shoving them in an industrial area, if that's what you think is the best thing for students, I don't.
Wait.
And neither does my client.
All right, but you have to remember, and I know you know this, all of these places along Big Shanty back up to a wonderful park and trail that is part of the trail that is being built within Cobb County. They've got a great place. There's no warehouse next door to them. They walk out their back door and they're on a bike path. It's great where they are.
They also have a longer path to get to campus, and they're going to be causing more traffic problems as they get to campus.
The Al bus stops there.
And the Al bus stops, 5-minute walk.
Yeah.
5-minute walk.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Boulogne, thank you for your
Mr.
patience.
Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could get the applicant back. And for the record, let me state that I don't think every office building there needs to remain office, and I don't think I've ever said that. But In fact, having read the town center study, it suggests that there does need to be a transformation in this area.
Yeah.
So I support that, and that is what that says. But I think that transformation needs to be responsible. Let me start with this. This information is publicly available information showing that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 office buildings in that submarket are either in bankruptcy, or have a loan that's already matured, or have a loan that will mature in August, and I doubt GE Capital will renew at a 4.36% rate. So it sounds like we're going to get a lot of opportunity to do some planning in this area, right?
Well, let me tell you, phrase it slightly different. Yeah, there's too much office. So two things can happen. You can either take some office offline, and then you end up with a healthier office market, or you can not take office offline and watch all the offices fight for too few tenants and too much space. Someone goes bankrupt, then it's resells at half the dollar. Now they're competing with the fewer tenants with someone who now is going to have to go bankrupt because the other one. So the responsible thing to do is to allow some office to come offline. That invigorates the remaining office. You are not going to see every office in this area because there is a need for office. And in fact, one of the things that a call center might want to move to this area because they've got a purpose-built student housing next door that's ready-made for some, part-time employment. So you actually might see these students have a positive impact on the office market.
Yeah, I see. So you think a purpose-built student housing is a positive amenity relative to an office building, a Class B office building? Is that your position?
I think if a call center was looking at going in this location, they would look at who they're going to hire and whether they're close by and can get there.
You expect a lot of call center employees to go eating at your Ruth Chris Steakhouse that you showed us on your maps
Well,
a
there's
few
10
minutes ago?
Well, I mean, yeah, there are good restaurants there. There's also Chick-fil-A, there's Tin Lizzie's, there's a whole host of restaurants. And again, I don't know why we have to denigrate students like there's some
Oh, I'm not denigrating
pariah.
students. I want to make it clear, when I was a college student, I couldn't afford to eat at Ruth's Chris on a regular basis.
Well, you know
So
what,
I just want to make that clear. So if you let me finish my question rather than interrupt me, sir. My point is, do you expect many college students to eat at Ruth Chris?
I expect them to go there on date nights, yes.
I see.
And I also expect them, you know what, here's another thing. I expect them to work there.
Okay.
I expect them to work there. And if you ask Ruth's Chris, I bet they'll say, we have a hard time getting employees.
Yeah. And you think it's important to maintain some office in that area and some high-end residential townhomes in order to support restaurants already there in that area?
I think
Do you think
700, I think 700 students who have disposable income, they're not just poor, they're students. They will be shopping and eating too in the area, and they'll also be contributing to the economy by working in the area. So yeah, I think they deserve a right to be there.
You think having rooftop parties at a purpose-built student housing is going to promote the longevity of the remaining office next door?
Did you look at our standards of behavior that we enforce in the quiet hours that are enforced by them?
I did, actually. I read your entire presentation.
Okay.
Thank you for that. And I also note for the record that upon questioning your applicant last time before they sought approval for their last, or as they sought approval for their last project, the retreat, they refused to build to a higher sound code. I asked them specifically if they were willing to invest money in enhancing soundproofing, and the answer was no. And I assume that's going to be the case here as well, right?
And I'll give you the answer I've given every answer in that kind of case. If the code needs to be changed, it needs to be changed for everybody. You don't come through and cherry pick different standards for different projects at different times. If there's a soundproofing code change that needs to be had, then propose that to the county and have the county adopt the code. We will build this project in compliance with the county code and building standards and the building code.
But you're ignoring the fact that we already have things next door to this. We already have very nice housing. We already have office. And so what you're saying is if the county code allows somebody to build to a very low standard, that they shouldn't have to take into account what's already there, which I think is a rather asinine argument, quite frankly.
I didn't say we're building to low standard. We're building to high standards. Cobb County's got high standards. And I think you're talking about parties and rooftop parties.
Yeah.
But that town park community is directly adjacent to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse and a 7-story hotel. Their zoning, and you said, Ms. Lindstrom, you said this is urbanizing this area. Their zoning is urban village commercial. In the name, it anticipates this is an urban area. Just on the other side of that is 10 Lizzie's with a rooftop bar. 10 Lizzie's with a rooftop bar.
Thank you.
That's just to the left there. So that is the impact on the townhomes. A enclosed hallway, purpose-built student housing project is not having a negative impact.
You agree with me the retreat is substantially closer to the bridge leading to the Kennesaw State campus than the standard would be?
I would say that closer is better, but
Yes.
we're a 5-minute walk from CCT and the Big Owl bus. We have shuttles. So yeah, the retreat is closer, but we're closer than 90% of the other student housing.
You made a statement that you thought it was a good idea to disperse the purpose-built student housing rather than cluster it. You really think that's a good idea from a planning standpoint?
I think that there is a balance between putting all students in one location. You know, if you said all this is going to be student housing.
Some people
and
might call that a
disperse-
campus, for example? Some people might call that a campus in some places.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
if KSU was showing any ability to create on-student housing, then that would be, I'm not arguing that on-student housing is better, but there is a huge, long waiting list. Our retreat has a long waiting list because student housing is a need, and when the county recognizes a need, the county should take action and solve that need for a critical element of its population.
Cornelius, can I get you to show the summary of available housing currently near the Kennesaw State campus, apartment units? I pulled up a summary of available units near Kennesaw State University. No, it looks like this. Thank you. The summary I pulled shows there are currently 2,770 available units in that area. Do you have any reason to believe that's not true?
Yeah, and they all have different, I mean, one is providing people options. I also guarantee if this includes single-family home, a lot of those are in violation of Cobb County Code in terms of multiple people living that aren't related. And so, yes, students, and also you want to look, I mean, when I've gone on, there's great Facebook group of people trying to find housing. And people say, oh, go to Ackworth, go to Cartersville. There's cheaper housing up there. So that requires students to drive that whole long distance. And again, the critical choke point is Chastain Road and the interstate interchanges that are on either end of that. And if you can put students where that is not being affected negatively, that is how you plan for the future.
And just to be clear, your firm brought the retreat in here, right?
Yeah,
And that's 50.59 beds per acre, correct?
I don't have those numbers straight ahead. It is a surface park project. It is a lower density project.
I think it's at page 29 of your presentation.
It is a lower, it was a more spread out and has a lot of surface parking. And actually, in a regional activity center, surface parking is the bane of everyone trying to do good stuff in regional activity center. You want less parking, you want less acreage taken up with parking.
Okay, this proposal is for 165.43 beds per acre compared to the retreat of 50.59 beds per acre, correct?
That is not correct. I think the way the county counts are there's multiple ways you can count it, but
I take that from
I come
page
out
29.
82 units per acre using the county's calculation.
I take that from page 29 of your density comparison you presented to me.
You said units per acre, that's beds per acre.
Beds per acre. I'm sorry if I misspoke.
And I'm sorry if I misheard, because I could
But
have misheard.
beds per acre, 165 versus 50.59, correct?
I think that the county has a calculation of how they calculate density. That's all the way on the right-hand side, which is the 82 units per acre, as compared to the SOVA, which is 97, Indy, which is 85, the Bixby, which is 86, and U Point, Kennesaw, which is 68. Those are comparing the product type to product type, because again, surface parking is a different product type, has some pluses and minuses to it. In a regional activity center, it's got more minuses than pluses.
But whether we go by beds per acre or units per acre, this is more than triple the density of what you have at the retreat, which is closer to the college campus, correct?
And this is closer than all the other ones that I just mentioned that are more dense and further away. I mean, this is 700 students that will be able to easily get to campus without getting on Chastain Road, that will utilize a $15 million infrastructure, the creation of the skip span bridge that was designed for this type of activity and access to
And
Cashew.
from a planning standpoint, would it be smart to plan it, to do something like this closer to the bridge rather than next door to these townhomes these people invested in?
The best would be to actually grow Cashew campus, maybe grow it and put it on campus. So yeah, if we want to talk theory and everything, and if you want to talk good planning, the AICP planner, which is sitting over there, recommended approval. So in his planning perspective, this is a good project. It aligns with the goals of the county to create some diversity in uses within this regional activity center, including housing. And why should that housing exclude an important part of our population, which is students that are bettering themselves to get an education? Why should they not be able to enjoy the same thing that high-end housing gets to enjoy? Why is that wrong?
Do you know whether or not our planners took into account the fact that there are apparently 9 properties that are going to be under distress this year in that very area?
I recommend that the Cobb County Economic Development Department start looking at that and coming up with plans for it. But independently, this project stands on its own, and to be able to argue the what-ifs and those type of worst-case scenarios, this project is coming before you. It comes before you as one project on one piece of property that will house 700 students that can use public infrastructure to get to campus without causing congestion on Chastain Road at 2 interstate interchanges. It's a good project. It makes sense. The idea, I heard the idea of putting senior housing here, that would be planning malpractice. If AICP has something of planning malpractice, putting senior housing within close proximity of a campus when better to house students would be planning malpractice if AICP.
From a planning standpoint, would it be a smart planning move to try to maintain some cluster of office together, but also maintain one cluster of purpose-built student housing? Might that be smart planning as opposed to this one-off thing we're doing here?
So we're that OMR, office mid-rise zoning to the right. You've got that whole GC cluster of surface parked office buildings. Those are all remain together. They're all still an office building. You've got offices to the north. You've got the Kaiser Permanente, which is a medical office building. So yeah, you've got some good office space that's going to remain.
It's going to remain despite fraternity parties next door? That's going to be a positive amenity?
Maybe you went to Animal House. I didn't. We studied a lot. This is not a fraternity house. This is a purpose-built student housing. It's a housing project built for students, designed for their needs.
No, as a lawyer, I've had parents of students at some of these other projects that are listed on your sheet call me and ask if they could help get their student out of the place because it's like a fraternity house and they can't get any studying done. That call specifically came from a parent of a student at West 22 in one instance, which is much fewer student, much lower density than some of these other projects.
Well,
But, you know,
And providing other student housing options, if that one's poorly run, it may be poorly run. getting competition in the marketplace, giving students an option. We are not going to be a fraternity party house. This is
You'd agree-
student housing.
You'd agree it's important that we try to be respectful of what's already there and try to help maintain that as we make adjustments towards a higher percentage of residential in this area rather than office. That's where we're moving, right?
I think that it is short-sighted to allow a NIMBY argument to control what is good planning for the county, good planning for transportation. And when they live in a regional activity center, zone UVC, directly adjacent to a Ritz-Chris Drake's house, a 10 Lizzie's, and a 7-story hotel, I think anyone buying there should not be surprised about other uses in the area. It is not a shock. And for the county to listen to that type of argument in this situation should not be given credence.
And just to be clear, even though you say in your materials that trying to place noise restrictions is important to you as a management company, your company refuses to build to any higher soundproofing standards or sound baffling standards. You're just going to build to the code, right?
I'm not aware of any specific sound issue that, I mean, are you talking about, as a interior corridor project, sound is in, if you're worried about sound affecting neighbors, this will not have patio spaces. It is not walk-up doors, it's interior access, so the noise is inside the building. The pool is on the back side of our project facing the interstate, and it's 55 stories up on the other side of a building. So even if they had a wild Animal House type party, that noise is not going to, the interstate noise is going to be a lot more obtrusive than this.
Can you state any specific sound baffling or sound reducing measure above code, above minimum building codes that your client is going to take? Any?
Yeah, my client would like to answer that.
Before you answer, were you sworn in? No, so we need to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hi, Harris Moy with Landmark Properties. We have come, I guess, could you help explain just a little bit more your concern with sound? Is it more from the property itself or between units, or just, I'm a little confused by where the concern is in terms of noise.
Well, it's just very factual that in this county, at least, that the number of noise complaints, including those that lead to police calls, are higher in multifamily housing than they are in single-family neighborhoods. So that having been established,
Okay.
what are you doing to minimize the problem that you're putting on the county in terms of an additional police burden here?
Yep, so on page 14, we gave a lot of examples and concrete rules that we implemented our properties across the country. From a noise perspective, there's quiet hours from 10 at night to 8 a.m. There's when students sign our leases, there's clear rules and regulations laid out. There's noise and nuisance language. Often we have a 3-strike policy that we implement. So if students are found violating the rules and regulations of these leases, it will be handled accordingly.
What about construction? Any additional insulation used over and above minimum code requirements in order to achieve better sound baffling?
In terms of like between units and kind of in the project in general?
Well, you raise a fair point.
Yeah, I mean, I think
between floors, is there insulation put between floors to baffle the sound?
We
As
do
my
have
wife did in my basement area?
Yeah, we do have some sound measures. I mean, we've implemented things like that in other projects, so I think we're happy to further study that with our design team, if that's a concern from your perspective. I don't think
But as of now, you have no proposals in that regard, right?
I mean, not currently. We haven't really gotten into that detail with our architect and construction team, but hearing, your concern about that topic, we're, certainly happy to look into that.
I've been concerned about it for years, but and what I've noted, this group, this planning commission at least, has been sympathetic to my concerns in that regard when it comes to building things near an airport or near a runway to an airport, but less so when it's student housing. But I continue to. Have you ever heard of a luxury rating for apartment construction in terms of sound ratings?
I have not personally, but we are totally not against looking into more sound rating and mitigating measures from a sound perspective within the building.
But you're not proposing to build this to a luxury rating in terms of the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development Guide to airborne impact and structure-borne noise control in multifamily dwellings, correct?
Let me ask this question, because I think we're kind of gone off topic. If we solved sound problem, would you support the project?
Not at this density.
Okay, so then why are we
Thank
wasting
you.
our time talking?
So I was going to make sure, with respect to you, that you've asked off of this witness so we can bring part, because we had other commissioners had questions of the applicant. So-
Sure.
Okay.
That's
You
fine.
can- You can be seated.
problem.
We can get parts back up. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And now, Commissioner Lindstrom, for your follow-up question. I'm sorry, Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, I have a question, and it was a comment made by the opposition early on that struck me a concern, and it was sort of suggested that you were seen having conversations with Mr. Peterson, I presume maybe about this project or any other project that you might have a client that you're representing, and that somehow that was inappropriate. I don't know, and I wanted to give you an opportunity to respond to that. I mean, it would seem to me in your industry, you have conversations with professional staff
Yeah.
constantly. So
Yeah, we've worked with the professional staff when we put this case together. One of our first meetings was Mr. Peterson. We do not want to put together a project that does not receive the support from the ASC planners at Cobb County. And so we have a lot of dialogue with them over the process to make sure that we're putting a project that is supported by the planning staff. I can't recall what conversation I had with them. It probably, I mean, if he's talking about last time, it was probably more of a timing, like,
Yeah.
when am I coming up? Is it going to be before lunch, after lunch? What, you know?
So it's not unusual.
It's not
for you to have this
unusual.
conversation. Okay, that's the only point I wanted to.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Lindstrom, did you have a follow-up question?
Yes, I do. Parks, so what was the reasoning for this particular parcel? That's what I get caught up on. Why not try to put them down with the other and create more of a, I mean, they're kind of by themselves, of course, there's 700 of them, but why not try to put them down on Big Shanty?
Well, the first question is there opportunity placement for it? And they're looking, as is everyone else, and you need to understand, the reason why everyone's looking for it is there's a critical need. So when capital starts looking for stuff, it's because there's a critical need. So there's a critical need. So yes, they've been looking everywhere. What they look for is how close can we get to campus? This is the closest they could get to campus in this project, and it fits the area. I also maintain that, you know, yes, there's a strategy in putting all students in one location, you know where they are at, and that's it. But there's also, why should I mean, you've noted many times how beautiful this town park area it is.
Yeah.
Why should students not be able to enjoy that beauty? Why should they not be able to enjoy the amenities that are in this area? What's the problem with students? I've heard this, students are going to cause a problem. I have yet to hear anyone really quantify what are they worried about? I heard something like drug dealers will rent. I mean, what world are we living in?
Parks.
Are we having an adult conversation, or are we just
Parks,
throwing?
I have not brought up that. My biggest concern is the intensity and density to this area. I think this sets a precedent to do it. What prevents the people next door? Well, I'm going to do it too. There are 4 buildings on that, office buildings today, that are owned by one man or one entity, and they're all for lease. I'm sure he would jump at the chance, and they are all closer to the that the bridge that you're talking about that goes directly to the campus, what is it about this one? It just drives me nuts. It's too big for this area. And I think that, where is this, that spans the bridge? On your phone?
Yes, on my phone, that 45 is the CCT route. So that is, they put up saying, oh, if you look at Google, you go a long ways. This is Google directions to campus.
But does Google, where is the
And
bridge?
That's Google campus, that's Google, and so.
This is the.
It is a 5-minute walk to a CCT stop. 5-minute walk, we have a shuttle. So that is one of the factors they look at. Would students want to live here because they can go eat at Chick-fil-A? Yeah, that's a factor. That's the reason why they look at it. Can they live here and not have to, cross some other roads? Yeah. This is the reason why they've looked at this as a good place for housing. It's a good place for housing. You determine that with an apartment complex you approved at 65 units per acre just to the south. It's good for housing. Why should students not also be able to enjoy a place for housing? I will point out that the traditional multifamily, with the question about traffic, the traditional multifamily housing that was zoned just to the south, if those people are working elsewhere, they're going and getting on the interstate. So actually, it contributes to traffic problems, where our students will be able to get to campus without. So it actually aligns with the traffic goals of reducing traffic.
I think we have one more question from Commissioner Anderson.
Yep. I just had actually 2 questions. One was for the retreat product. Do you have a sense of what the mix is between undergrad and graduate students that live there?
I don't, but I'll ask the client if he's got that. But I also want to point out that PVC, just so we all understand, so that PVC, so just to the right of the RM12, that's the retreat. So when we talk about that's closer, now go to our project, this is within the same area. There's no big dividing line like Chastain Road or the interstates. We're within the same area. It's a few thousand feet difference, so it is within the same area.
Okay.
And I don't know I think same thing with retreat, I think they've got over 40, 50 waiting list. And so if you've got answers to that.
And I had one more question of your parks after.
I don't know the actual breakdown off the top of my head, but there are, normally in our properties, some graduate student population that lives there. Some people, when they get into grad school, want to still live with their friends all in the same apartment around other students. Other graduate students could prefer to move on into traditional multifamily and live more with young professionals. So there is some population of graduate students in our properties. I'm sure that there are at the retreat, but we can always follow up with some specific numbers.
But vast
I would say the
majority would be
majority
undergrad.
across our properties are undergrads.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yep.
And then one. And Parks, can you remind us what is the current occupancy of the office building
It is,
there? And any efforts around leasing that have taken place?
Yeah,
on
this is
the
a-
office side?
yeah, this is a great example. So the seller owns the office building to the north, and both of them were way under leased. And so what he's able to do is I don't know whether the move is completed or not, but the tenants that are in this building will be moving to the tenant to the north. So the viability of that office building is now improved because he is consolidating all his tenants in one building. And also he is he's trying to maintain the viability of that office building. So if he thought that this would negatively impact the viability of that by having student housing, he would not be selling this for student housing.
Okay. And will that relocation be on a long-term basis? Is he looking to relocate to the building to the north under a true lease, or
Yeah.
is it month to month, or?
Yeah, I don't know the details of it, but I mean,
Sure.
whether he's going to amend their lease, and if they've got a 5-year lease and there's 3 years left on it, if he moves them there
Okay.
and just maintains that lease, I don't know. But his goal is to have long-term leases in that office building and to have it higher percentage occupancy than it does now.
Okay, so this building effectively will be vacant?
This building
As-
is effectively vacant.
Okay,
And I say that because if there are a few remaining tenants, they're in the process of being moved to the building to the north.
okay, all right, great, thank you.
Parks, I think you can have a seat finally. And I'm going to turn it back to Commissioner Lindstrom.
Can I ask one more question? I'm sorry.
Sorry, we got one more.
Sorry, just one more question of zoning staff. I think in some of the opposition comments, it was mentioned that the height limit for this structure,
5 feet.
well, it said it was, is it 55 feet? Or because it's adjacent to RA4, which is across the interstate, 35 feet? I just wanted to clarify that.
This one has a height limit of
55
55.
feet, okay, thank you.
Okay, now we'll turn it to you, Commissioner Lindstrom.
Well, I recognize that this is actually more political than I would have guessed. I still think Big Shanty Road is, no, that's fine. I think Big Shanty Road is a great place to build student housing. I do think to diminish the townhomes that are within that are opposed to this, as well as Chastain Lakes, I don't like that. So I am ready to make a motion to, I would like to make a motion to deny both the rezoning of Z25. That's that one. And then I would like to make a separate motion to deny SLUP 6.
Second.
Did I say that right?
We got a second each one, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Second, for the purposes of discussion.
All right. We have a second from Commissioner Hughes and Commissioner Bloom for the purpose of discussion.
Okay, so I'll make another motion for the SLUP 6. Are we done?
I think let's discuss the Z25 first. So, yeah, we'll come back to it, so let's discuss that. Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, I've obviously studied this case, and in my thinking, I can't get past the setting. This site is in between 575 and 75 and north of Chastain. And so I've looked closely at the traffic studies as well, and understand that I think the projections are higher, but I also understand too that the applicant's willing to mitigate some things there with respect to they'll have a van or trolley that goes to the campus. Additionally, I'm not 100% sold on some of the arguments that I've heard here today. I think moving this to Big Shanty creates a bigger problem, in my opinion. It's further away from the campus.
No, actually, it does a U-turn.
I still think that creates a bigger problem, in my opinion. And so I can't support the motion as it's been presented at this point. So, go ahead.
Thank you for your comments. Commissioner Anderson.
Yep. So I would just want to say, so I'm very appreciative of the interactions between the applicant and also with the community for this project. And I certainly understand, living in the townhomes in those locations, some of the concerns. The thing I struggle with is that there's kind of a lot of logical inconsistencies that I'm hearing in arguments. One is, well, if I change this to senior living at the same density, Is that less problematic? I don't know. It's not clear. Traffic impacts might be slightly less, but nonetheless, they're still impacts. I do think of the office market as being one where there are functionally obsolete buildings. I personally would like, instead of living next to a 1980s hulking empty office building that really doesn't have much of a chance of leasing up at economically viable terms for anybody, probably reimagine that space. Could that be student living? Yes. Could it be RSL? Yes. Could it be something else? Yes. There are certain things I don't think are probably viable in that location, but I do think reimagining it needs to be considered. I do have some concerns about the density, but I also reflect that this is an REC, if not here, then where? But that said, there usually is, I think that might be a function more of us not necessarily having specific guardrails in the RRC category around density, like we do in other categories. A lot of that development along Big Shanty is in a PVC. It's a planned village concept, and so is the retreat in a PVC. I think those are allowed for more of a concept of mix of uses or more flexibility to create a cohesive environment. Frankly, RRC kind of attempts to do that, but I think as a code category does create this conflict, and created this conflict with C52 too. So all of this is to say that my view is that I think if you set an equally dangerous precedent if you don't have a rationale for saying not student housing, not this density, not this programming, and then there's another proposal that's not student housing, but then it has the same density, or it has the same traffic impact. And then those arguments, to me, kind of stop footing. So all that is just that I think there does need to be some reimagining of this center, frankly, to create a more walkable environment. Townhomes are UVC. I think it's important. That has the word urban in it. That doesn't mean that you build high-rises there, but it also doesn't mean that you rely on keeping empty office buildings there either. So I hope that's a balanced perspective, but I mean, I just want to make sure that we're not tying ourselves up in ways that kind of will not pass muster should something else come forward that reflects a reimagining of this area with similar traffic impacts, but not necessarily the type of use and purpose here. And so for that, I have challenges kind of agreeing with a denial, because I just think it creates a logical web that I don't necessarily see how we untangle.
Thank you for your comments. I'm gonna go, did you have something? Let someone speak. Commissioner Blunt.
Thank you. I'm sorry if I interrupted somebody else, but thank you, Mr. Chair. So, again, the retreat closer to the bridge, closer to the campus, was zoned PVC and was brought in at 25 units per acre on 13 acres. There are other examples of apartments and multifamily housing that have been approved in the Cumberland Rack and elsewhere at 65 to 80 units per acre. But those are market rate units, and they provide a great deal of economic support to the existing businesses and particularly retail and restaurants in those areas. If you have folks making $60,000 to $100,000 a year, they're going to support those restaurants and businesses. I concede the point that certainly students provide a lot of labor on a part-time basis, but other folks who aren't students anymore typically provide labor on a full-time basis. So in terms of support for other businesses, I think it's pretty axiomatic that that's going to be greater coming from housing other than student housing if one were to plan carefully. Levin, it's pretty clear that they've got the building right next door. This is at the far end of this stretch from between the 75s, between 75 and 575. This is going to the far east end of that area. I think intelligent planning would keep the purpose-built student housing and student housing nearer to the bridge and nearer to the campus, not at this far east end of this area. Approving student housing at this proposed density will only encourage more of the same and will bring us, in my opinion, over the next 5 years, many more applications for more of the same throughout this area, turning this area into a ultra-high density purpose-built student housing mess. We're going to hear the argument coming from attorneys like Mr. Huff that, hey, this is the only viable economic use I got because it's the only thing the market tells us we can build here. That's what we're going to be left with if we approve this, if this Board of Commissioners ultimately approves this. It's a bad idea. It's bad planning. We're going to have an opportunity to transform that area. I think we should do it intelligently instead of with this. Some of the financially imperiled properties are twice the size, and we're just going to have a whole lot more of that. The more student housing with the greater social atmosphere that one typically has, and student housing, the less attractive the remaining buildings are going to become for other uses. We're going to cause a spiral down of what's left there of office if we go with the applicant's idea of interspersing the student housing throughout the town park area rather than clustering it. Even an apartment complex of 380 units put here means 570 or potential employees for business. It would potentially make an office building attractive to a tenant wanting an option for employees to walk to work. Student housing does not provide full-time potential employees for tenants typically, notwithstanding the fact that my senior year in college, I worked full-time days and went to school full-time at night. Student housing's not the best first domino precedent when surrounding properties, some surrounding properties, particularly to the north, are in financial distress and will likely be considered for redevelopment. It's also not good precedent when we have neighbors that close with significantly inconsistent uses. This is not about supporting KSU. That's a false flag. I heard that last month, and I consider that respectfully just to be a false flag. This is a chance to preserve and transform a mixed-use area. We're going to have a lot of opportunity to do that coming forward. The question is whether we do that responsibly and intelligently, or whether we do that in a manner that leaves us with a ultra-high density, purpose-built student housing cluster that, in my opinion, will destroy the office in the area and many of the high-end restaurants in the area in terms of their viability. As I've indicated before, and as I indicate now, to the extent we build purpose-built student housing, I think we should build it to a higher set of sound specs. That can be done without greatly increasing the cost, but yet I've yet to hear anybody come forward and promise to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ballon. Did you have other comments?
Yes, I do have a comment. They wanted to change the proposed zoning is from OMR to RRC, and the reason I recommended denial is because I don't think we should just put it into an RRC and hope for the best. I think that people should wait to change the zoning until they have something better than this. If they'd come in, if this organization had come in and said, you know, we can lower even though the county allows 55 feet, if we can lower it a floor, this is down to 300 people even, I think that would have made a significant difference to put a limit on this. Just because Cobb County says, well, you can have 55 feet, well, we're going to take it. Well, 55 feet filled with students and it still doesn't address all of the traffic that's going to go right down in front of somebody's townhouse. I just don't think it's ready to be changed in zoning. Yeah, I'm done.
All right. I'll reserve my final comments just to, I get, it sounds like I'm the swing vote on this. It's what y'all put me in this position. But I think that arguments have been made on both sides, and I respect all the arguments and definitely want to be respectful for the townhome community, and thank y'all for showing up in such numbers and support, because that does mean a lot to this body, as well as the applicant and what they've shown. I'm torn because it is a RAC. I'm also torn because I don't think, I think students, unfortunately, have been a bit villainized in the arguments, and I don't think all the way rightfully so, but I do think there were great arguments on both sides. I'm comforted by the fact that our particular body exists to make a recommendation to the commissioners, and that the commissioners will ultimately, the county commissioners ultimately have the final vote and say on where we end up on this. And so from that perspective, I want to thank everyone who showed up today and last month for the arguments, who've presented us materials, who've met with us or called us or sent us emails, because of all of that. This has been one that has been contentious, as you can tell, and a lot of discussion went into this, so it's not made lightly. So I want to publicly thank everyone for that, and thank the commissioners for their thoughtful decisions. With that, is there any further discussion? So we are on Z25, and the motion is made, and I want to call the question on the vote. It's a vote of 3-2 against denial of Z25. Against denial, yeah. And now, Commissioner Lindstrom, if you will make your SLUP motion, please. You did make the SLUP motion, I'm sorry,
I
and that
did
was
make it.
seconded. So, any further discussion on the SLUP?
No.
If not, let's call the question on SLUP associated with Z25. And again, that's a vote of 3-2 against denial for the SLUP. Brian, I'm looking at you.
So now there is nothing on the table. Any member can make any alternative motion. And that's to the discretion of any of the members.
Open that up to any other commissioners. Go for it.
This is for the purposes of discussion or just a motion?
There's nothing on the table to discuss.
Okay. My motion would be to hold for 30 days. And
So we're seconding it?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second from Commissioner Hughes. Let's open that for discussion. Holding for 30 days, I want to know what we would,
yeah.
we have a few things. So if you can explain what you want to get out of the 30 days versus sending it on up
Yep.
to the commissioners for.
Yep. So the alternatives in my mind, where I think in the past, and we've done this very rarely, was a no recommendation motion,
Right.
which is something that honestly is probably first on my mind, because to me, the density still remains challenging. The economics of the deal, as everyone has noted, that's not something that we as a body consider or can consider. But I am sympathetic to the density and the concerns expressed by the community around those. But that said, I just think that my personal preference, honestly, I'm indifferent between no recommendation, which allows the commissioners to kind of align with what they feel is the key points here, versus holding. And the goal of hold would be just to see if there is a workable scenario that is more consistent with some of the density levels that Commissioner Lindstrom brought out on her sheet. It may not be. And the second would be to just align on some of the facts, particularly around the need for housing here. Yeah, that'd be my motion. But again, I just want to emphasize, no recommendations an option as well.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion? If not, we'll call the question.
Oh, what are we voting on? No dis,
I'm holding it for 30 days.
oh. Well, I'm okay with that.
You haven't voted.
You got to vote.
Sure. So that motion passes by a vote of 3-2 to hold this decision for 30 days. Thank you. With that, we're going to take a, yeah, that's both. That's the SLUP as well as the Z25.
That's fine, thank you.
Okay. And then we're going to take a 10-minute break. Thank you. to the July 2nd zoning hearing. And with that, I'll turn it back to Mr. Martin to call our next case.
Thank you. Our next case today is going to be Z26 of 2024. That is NGC Holdings LLC, requesting a rezoning from GC to NRC for a convenience store with fuel sales and retail in Land Lot 60 of the 16th District. The property is located on the south side of Jamerson Road and the west side of Canton Road. Is the applicant present? The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to case Z26? See one in opposition. So would everyone wishing to speak, please come forward and be sworn in.
I think the audience has collectively sighed and said, not him again. Maybe we'll get out before lunch.
We're counting on you, Park. Go ahead.
And this is a case that was continued from last time. Don't really have a whole lot of updates. I won't spend probably the whole full 10 minutes because I think everybody is aware of this situation. This is a property at the intersection of Jamerson Road and Canton Road. It's a signalized intersection, very close to City of Woodstock in Cherokee County. It has a lot of traffic going north and south as a route. 30,000 cars a day, according to the DOT staff report. And then you have Jamerson Road, which is an east-west route, and again, 18,000 cars a day. So you've got a significant amount of vehicular traffic at this area. This is a currently zoned general commercial, and I will always argue that the county is wrong in just taking away GC zoning, but that's what they've done. Because this is in a neighborhood activity center instead of a community activity center, which I think that designation is inaccurate. It should be a community activity center because Chastain Road, as we spent a lot of time talking about, has 30,000 cars a day. So that's a regional activity center. This really is and feels like a community activity center, not a neighborhood activity center. But because that's the land use plan, the GC has no valid uses because the property was developed as a pharmacy. It's a very nice, attractive brick building. And it has not, the pharmacy closed several years ago, so it lost its grandfathering use. So it has to come in and has to be rezoned from the general commercial category, which is the reason why the county is micromanaging a project that it should not micromanage. The client, this case previously had a general commercial zoning, had a QT proposal on it, and that's the building there. This is the QT proposal, and you can see they were going to remove the building. They were going to put significant fueling out in front to serve the traveling public, the 30 and 18,000 cars that are at that intersection. And it was withdrawn prior to the Board of Commissioners because there was a desire to cut the number of pumps. And actually, I had dialogue with the Canton Road neighbors who said, if you just get it down to 5, then we'd be okay. That was what the dialogue with QT is. So when we came forward with a proposal, we wanted to keep the building in its current location, and it's a very attractive building. But fueling is needed as a component to repurpose this building. It's a large square building, and repurposing it takes some inventiveness in terms of how to come up with additional retail spaces and such. And one of the uses that provides a lot of value to it is providing some fueling. We initially had 5 fueling positions, and we were asked, could you just do 4? We might be okay with if you did 4. So we reduced it to 4. And my understanding is they're still opposed. County just approved catty corner from this. That station was just approved for including gas, and I understand there's a desire now to say, yeah, we're going to zone you NRC. We have to rezone you something, but we're going to exclude fuel sales. Well, I don't know how the county can argue that fuel sales was appropriate catty corner, but not appropriate here. In fact, if you have catty corner gas stations, it serves the driving public well because it's all right turn movements. You're eliminating left turn movements. So all we're talking about is 4 fueling positions, converting the front of that existing attractive building to a convenience store, providing some retail spaces, so you have unlike the QT proposal, this will provide other uses for the community in the additional retail spaces. So we would be able to do that. Now, the neighbors to the south, we've had some dialogue with them. They want some additional parking. We've agreed to some additional parking. It's my understanding they're still opposed. I'm not real sure exactly what their rationale for opposition is, but they're underparked. They have a restaurant on the south. That building to the south portion of that building has got an Italian restaurant and an outdoor eating area. That's well removed from the fueling positions that are there. We've also heard, oh my gosh, the driveway is dangerous or has some issues. You've got a DOT staff that's looked at this. The driveway meets DOT standards. They've had some recommendations on how to change the turning movements to meet with their requirements. And so the staff has looked at this and recommends approval. DOT has looked at this. And when you start talking about turning movements and is it too tight and all this thing, one thing I want you to realize is this has fire access, and the fire department reviews it to ensure that their fire trucks can enter and circulate throughout. So I think if a fire truck can get in and circulate, that's plenty of turning of radius, for people to come in. And this is simply designed to provide a repurpose a building to multiple uses. One of those uses is fuel cells. That drives the viability of the other tenants in there. And so it collectively is a project that should be looked at as a whole. It's not just a convenience store. It's a convenience store with additional retail spaces. Is it a big convenience store with a bunch of pumps? No. It's just providing people going south the ability to turn in right, or coming east on Jamerson Road, turn in right. If they're coming east and then going south, they can come in, turn right, and then leave and turn right. It is designed to capture those traffic turning movements. And again, if you want to limit the use of fuel cells, I'm not sure how the county can say fuel cells was not okay here, but was across the road was okay. This is Canton Road has always complained about, and they've had tons of studies. We've been looking at it for 20 years, and you know what? It basically doesn't look a whole lot different. And really what you need to be doing is when someone wants to invest millions of dollars in the corridor, you say, yes, this is going to be a multi-million-dollar investment in repurposing a building that's vacant for use that you would expect to see at a signalized intersection of 30 and 18,000 cars a day. I do not understand the arguments why fueling doesn't work here, doesn't make sense. There's fueling further south. It's a bit further south, but this board does not traditionally pick winners and losers and try to say this one's good, this one's bad. What you do is you allow the market to create the need, the uses that are needed in the community, and let the public decide what option they would prefer. This makes total sense from a traffic standpoint, from a development standpoint, and from Canton Road being able to keep this building intact is an attractive building. And 4 fueling islands out front does not make it a mega store like the concern about the QT proposal. So I'm here to answer any questions you have. Thank you for your time. And I do ask you to follow your staff recommendation for approval.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from the opposition.
Okay, just good. Good morning. For the record, I'm Carol Brown with Canton Road Neighbors. Just going to roll a video which shows the site, and it will show the, you got it? There we go. And it will show some similar service stations, and it will show the buildings. So my voice is not going to actually match up with what you're seeing, but this application is not as intense as the previous Quick Trip, which had 8 pumps or 16 MPD. However, it's still a small site at 1.65 acres for a convenience store with fuel sales. These kinds of establishments generate a fairly high number of vehicles per day, and there you have a good shot of it. That was the old Quick Trip site plan that Mr. Huff had put up. What you're looking at there is the close proximity of the restaurant to where the fuel canopies would be. This would be turning from Jamerson Road south onto Canton. And that is the Jamerson Road entrance and exit to subject property. This is actually shows you what it is like getting into subject property from the Canton Road Drive. And you can see it's a fairly steep, almost a 180-degree U-turn to get to subject property, and you would be driving there towards the planned fuel pumps. And that is looking out across the street. Now let me get back to this. The Canton-Jamerson intersection is very congested with commuters, parents, and new student drivers going to Cal High School. Z26, even with a reduced number of pumps of 4 or 8 MPD, will still generate about 2,000 VPD. There are 2 entrances, which you've just seen. The Canton Road entrance is fairly narrow, and it actually crosses the property owned by the restaurant. And so all of the traffic that's coming in, which would be about 2 per minute, based on the calculations, will be crossing their property to get to the fuel canopy. At minimum, this is going to create a hardship on the contiguous property owners. The building on subject property was not designed for a high-traffic use like convenience store with fuel sales. It was designed as a drugstore. And here's an example of several types of businesses and the traffic volume they generate. So vehicles per day on a grocery market with a 14,000 square foot building would be about 1,300. A Walgreens, about 1,400. Fast food would be about 1,800 per day. While Z26 is less intense than the previous Quick Trip, it will add to traffic congestion at the Canton-Jamerson intersection. It will create an oversupply of convenience stores with fuel sales at this commercial node. And this will actually be gas station number 12 on the 4.5-mile Canton Road corridor. And you talk about planning. We would like to work on commercial nodes rather than just have ongoing commercial linear sprawl. And Canton Road Neighbors has worked hard to try to get better planning on our nodes and to see more residential development along and just off of Canton Road. We're working on it now. So we believe that the landowner of subject property does deserve a viable zoning. Therefore, we support NRC for retail and office, subject to the following excluded uses: convenience store with fuel sales and automotive uses, no pawn or title pawn, no contractor as a special exception, no outdoor storage, no heavy equipment. Hours of operation, 7 a.m. to 11 p.m., 7 days a week. Modification of the site plan or amendment to stipulations to come back to the Board of Commissioners as other business. Adherence to Canton design guidelines, and Canton Road driveway to be restricted to a 3/4 turn, as was previously negotiated with Cobb DOT, which only restricts left turn outbound, northbound movements for safety's sake. Go ahead, and you can stop it. I don't really know of anybody in the community, other than the applicant and the landowner, that want to see another C-store with fuel sales at this site. I don't know of anybody that wants this. I'm going to present for the record a petition with 102 signers and 11 comments asking the county to give the landowner an NRC, but please deny the C-store with fuel sales. I thank you. Oh, and by the way, before I stop, I had a text message from Mr. Jordan, who is the attorney for the restaurant owner Vespucci, saying that his clients, well, none of them were able to attend the meeting today, but they remain opposed to this use. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. This is in District 3, so I'll turn it back to Commissioner Lindstrom to lead the discussion.
We discussed this last month, So I really don't have any additional questions. I have, the DOT did recommend, did say that they expected 2,500 cars per day, vehicles per day, coming into that spot. Yes. Yes, if you could come up. I just need to verify that.
Ligia Florem, DOT. So with this proposal, they're proposing the convenience store with gas pumps, 5 gas pumps, and the shopping strip plaza, which is part of the development as well. So the two components together is 3,105 vehicles a day. The 2,500, 2,571 are for the gas station with the C-store.
Yes, that's what I needed to know.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, the additional impact. All right, that's all the questions that I had for that.
Any additional questions for DOT? No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I went out and met, when I first saw this, I met Parks Huff out there, and I thought, this is a great spot. It's perfect. And that's when I think that the plan was for 5, and we talked it down to 4. I thought it was great until I got the recommendation, the staff comments back. And in that was the DOT of 2,500. When I heard 2,500 cars into this spot, then I started going back over and over to this one gas station, looking at the width. And when I read through the comments, it turns out that many of these, I can't say all because I don't know that, but many of these parking places that are in the original Rite Aid spot are actually too short. They're not quite big enough for what they were supposed to be. And that was a comment buried in there. The other thing that bothered me is that when you go south on Canton Road, Carol Brown was absolutely correct. The only entrance into this from Canton Road is actually going into the little shopping center, which is owned by the restaurant owner, but it goes on to his property. So they do, in fact, have to go through, do a 90-degree turnaround there and go back into it. Now, last month, Fred Beloin had Commissioner Beloin had a very good idea of putting speed bumps in there. I still think, I was concerned this is going to become a bumper car exhibition. And I think the speed bumps would help, so I do agree with that. But when I looked at the width of the property, it's really too short. I think it's not quite wide enough by like 10 feet. And really for those reasons, I cannot comment on any of the businesses around it. I'm staying out of that. There are a lot of gas stations. No one is going to run out of gas. The owner, or the buyer of this property, I understand, and if I'm wrong, you can tell me, but I understand he already owns 26 gas stations. So I don't know. I know that we don't need any more gas stations, but I do want to think about how the zoning request is going to affect the community, the direction of county planning. It should be a positive influence on the community, should provide a safe environment and county plan, and then the direction of county planning. And I don't see where the county sees this area in 10 years, but I don't think they see any more gas stations along this route. It's got a lot of them. So between the size of the Rite Aid lot the width of the property. This building is a very nice building. I'd hate to have that torn down because it's all brick. It's very nice. But between the width of the property and the placement of the entry on Canton Road, the increase through that small little shopping area, I don't believe it's wide enough to safely handle the anticipated property. That's what I think. I think it's a little bit too tight. I would like to make a motion. I'd like to recommend approval, a motion to recommend approval to rezone the property from GC to NRC with all of the stipulations that Carol Brown mentioned. And I'd also like to add at least 2 speed bumps, one entering Jamerson and the other along the borderline of the shopping center and the old Rite Aid property. And all Cobb County final analysis recommendations to be adhered to when not in otherwise in conflict with the stated stipulations.
Second?
I have a second from Commissioner Blount. Any discussion?
Just, do we need to read out the stipulations from Carol Brown? Or are we okay with incorporating the letter?
I can read them again. I've got very similar ones. I've got billiards, pool halls. This is from the provisions listed in the NRC section 134-213. Under item 3, permitted uses, the following would not be appropriate at the named parcel: billiards and pool halls, vape and smoke shops, automotive uses, convenience store and fuel sales, gun shops, pawn and title shops, massage parlors, recycling collection location. And she included the hours. I'm fine for anything that should be restricted between 7 and 11, nothing all night.
Yes.
I had to pose a question, just noting that, for example, there's a donut shop next door. I would think donut shops, coffee shops, things of that nature would want to open before 7 a.m. Would you consider putting a slightly less severe opening time, going to something like either 5 or 6 a.m.?
6 o'clock is fine.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
So that, were you able to get those Monday through Friday?
Monday through Friday.
Yes.
Well, it depends what's going on in there. If it's another restaurant,
hard to
it would be
restrict it.
7. I don't want to restrict that. Yeah. Yeah. And what did you say was 6 o'clock
Start time.
start time?
That's fine.
Further questions or discussion? If not, let's call the question. Vote of 5-0 for approval Z26 with the recommended stipulations. Thank you.
What's the next one? It's probably short.
All right, that brings us to our next case, which is Z27 of 2024, Richard Barwick, Ritchie BS LLC. That is a request to rezone from O&I to NRC for professional office, contractor, and warehouse in land lot 493 of the 16th District. The property is located on the southwest side of Chance Road and on the north side of Shaw Park Road. Is the applicant present?
I'm a representative for the applicant.
All right. And is there anyone here in opposition to case Z27? We have one in opposition. Would anyone wishing to speak please come forward to be sworn in?
Good morning. My name is Michaela, and I'm a representative on behalf of Richard Borowick. He had some last-minute family emergency and could not make it this morning.
Mr. Chairman, can you have her restate her full name, please?
Yeah. State your-
Michaela Phelps.
Thank you.
Yes, so we were hoping to have this rezoned for NRC. This is actually going to be an office building that Richard Borowick would own. He also owns RGC Construction. We've done several general contracting projects for your municipalities here in Cobb County, and it would just be essentially a space for his corporate office to hold, as well as just an industrial showroom for some of our clients for just building material to show. I know we had a couple of recommendations from your board last month in regards to appearance. One of the things that Richard had asked me to just reiterate is that even though it may be a prefabricated metal building, the exterior would be we were recommending like a hardy plank siding or a fiber cement siding that would just be reflective of, some of the other buildings in the community. We're not opposed to making everything look in like kind of that aspect. And that there would also there wouldn't be just a regular shipment of products in and out of this facility. It is a showroom. And that's the reason for the flex warehouse space.
Anything else you want to? This is all on you, and then we'll have some questions, I'm
So
sure.
sorry, this is
No,
my
no.
first time. So like I said, this is due to an emergency, but I think that's the main points that he just had asked me to reiterate from this aspect and to answer any kind of additional questions that you guys may have as well.
All right, thank you. If you just hold tight there.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
There's no opposition, and so this is also in this. Oh, there is one. I'm sorry. Ms. Brown, come on. I'll have you have a seat, applicant, and we'll hear from Carol Brown. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning. For the record, my name is Carol Brown with Canton Road Neighbors. This application came to my attention recently. Not that I haven't known about it that long. Not that many people are aware of this rezoning, but it will impact many visitors who use the park and Gooders Library on a regular basis. Actually, you can see that subject property is right at the entrance to Shaw Park. Subject property is contiguous to a single-story building zoned OI, and just across the road from a single-story brick building, I believe, zoned OI, which is very unobtrusive. It is my understanding that this application is for office warehouse primarily, which would have a footprint of around 8,000 square feet, 2 stories. So right at the entrance to Shaw Park and Gooders Library, where you have pedestrians and kids on bikes and moms pushing their babies in strollers and people walking their dogs, you would have a 2-story office warehouse. It's an unfortunate location. And I noted some of the staff comments were from stormwater. There were a lot of concerns about stormwater issues. It is near, I think, the Little Noonday tributary, and there are some issues about stream buffer, and he would have to go through, I think, quite a bit of permitting to get through this. There doesn't really seem to be a precise figure for the building square footage. There are no elevations. There appear to be a shortage of parking spaces. But once again, the most important consideration is the proximity of this proposed use to the very popular and heavily used Shaw Park and the soon-to-be reopened Gooders Library. This is a public space, and it's a destination for the Canton Road community. There's a shot of the new Gooders Library just about to open. There are the ball fields, children's playground and basketball courts. And this is actually a view as you're going past the new Gooders Library and getting ready to exit on Chance Road. This is where a 2-story office warehouse building is proposed. And it would be at least 70% impervious. it's just not a good fit for this location. It would not blend in with the overall low-key ambiance of the park. And if he really, all he wants is an office, the better alternative would be to simply leave the OI in place with a lower profile plan. I just believe that there are better uses that would be for this site, and I would just respectfully ask that you recommend denial of this use. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Now I'll turn it to Commissioner Lindstrom to lead our discussion.
Thank you, Carol. This is a beautiful piece of property, and the whole park is very nice. If you can see it from where you're sitting, Shaw Park Road stops. If you continue it, let's see, right up to the edge of the screen, that used to be open. That used to be Shaw Park Road all the way. And I can't remember if Chance Road, I guess it did exist at that time, but this is how people got into it. They are going to close Shaw Park Road off up, see where these three cars are? That's about where they're going to close it off and completely. And they're going to make this area, that area into parking. And that's the part that worries me, because Carol Brown was absolutely right. There are so many children running around, bike riding, crossing over. They don't look. They've got the library right there. The original request for this warehouse was as big as I can possibly make it. That was how it was described. There was no square footage, there was no plan. And I just don't think a warehouse, I agree with Carol, that this is just not the right place for any warehouse. Carol Brown said everything that I was concerned about. So I'm ready to make a motion. I don't.
Hold on, ma'am. Hold on. We'll have to call you up. Are there any other questions from the other commissioners? I will, in purpose of hearing you, you have to be on the mic though, so you have to come up.
Hi, I wanted to clarify just a couple of, concerns that were addressed. For this particular facility, it would be for 5,200 square feet, not for 8,000 square feet. In regards to, we understand that there are, a large amount of recreational use in the area. We did propose a fence that would be permitted just for, to deter, or I guess as a deterrent for potential traffic from that aspect. The normal day-to-day traffic that may come into this facility would be 12 employees plus clients, not on a regular basis of industrial use from any aspect of any 18-wheelers, anything of that kind of caliber of traffic. It's primarily, like I said, that flex space warehouse is utilized for our as a showroom for all of our building material. Especially we're getting into like a lot of projects like in kitchen areas like we're doing for the Georgia School for the Deaf. It's just more so of like, hey, just the same as you'd walk into like a Home Depot space of there's cabinets here, here's your options from that facet, and that's what that flex space is utilized for. So I don't think it will nearly be quite to the extent of the caliber of traffic that you guys may have concerns for. And we're, of course, happy to build, a gate around the exterior of the building if that makes an impact on the difference from a traffic standpoint as well.
How many employees did you say you have?
12.
Okay, well, when I talked to the gentleman who's applying for this, first he told me there were 2 or 3. That's significantly different.
We have subcontractors in and out as well that kind of would utilize those particular office spaces on a project-by-project case basis.
Well, this sounds like it's going to be open to the public. Is that
It's on only on an invitee on a client base only. It will not be open to the public.
Well, You know, now you're talking about 12 employees. That's a lot of employees. And for this area, and there will be traffic coming in and out. I know you recommended, you suggested that perhaps you could put fencing around, but it sounds like to deter them from going onto the property or cutting through it. I think a fencing on that bend would be dangerous. I think
Of course.
it needs to remain as it is, actually.
And we're happy to do so. It's just whatever it is to accommodate your concerns that we're happy to comply with from
Well-
that facet. Also, 6 of our employees are part-time or actually on other job sites. They are not there full-time.
Yeah. I just don't think this type of warehouse or if it had been an office, then it would have stayed OI, and that would have been fine. But having a warehouse or a what do they call that, office flex space
A
or
flex
something?
space.
It is not appropriate for that area. It's too dangerous. There are too many kids, and because they told me that they were extending the parking lot for Gritter's Library up into that, what is now just kind of a dead end. You can kind of cut through and walk through to the other stores up there, but now they're going to cut it off and make it parking spaces. That means all these little kids are going to go running to the library as soon as they get out of the car.
Sure.
And they're not going to be looking for trucks or cars. And I don't think it's appropriate.
Do you
I'm
mind me
sorry.
asking if this is like just as used, this flex warehouse space is used as just as an industrial, like showcase room? There's not any product coming in or out on a regular basis. It's just more so to show clients examples. How would that impact the traffic coming in and across the street?
Well, that's not the conversation that I had with the applicant. He told me, what was told to me is that there would be small trucks, like pickup truck type
Yes.
of things, maybe medium-sized trucks, I don't know, that would come in and put back, it was going to be used for storage only.
It's more so for those materials that we're wanting to showcase to our potential clients. You may have, a truck or 2 at most at a week. And of course, we can accommodate those time frames in occurrence to the time that the parks are closed. That's not an issue.
Well, from the way he talked, that no customers were going to be coming in there. Once in a while, one may come in, but this was just storage for himself, so that if he bought, I don't know how they're sold, but wallboard, for example, and he bought a whole, and they come pretty wide and in a stack. If he's got 2 left over, he needs to put those 2 in a place.
Yes, there would be a light amount of that space used for that reason, but a vast majority of that 2,000 square feet would be utilized for showcase space.
See, okay. Well, I think this is, part of me, I do not trust what's really going to end up being in there.
And I understand that completely, but I'm also the operations manager for the business coming into this facility, and most of our work is in municipality construction. So a lot of times, just for example, for the Georgia School for the Deaf, we're managing their cafeteria renovation. So a great opportunity for this space would be for us to bring our client in, which would be the Georgia School for the Deaf, and sit them down and say, hey, this is what your options are, and presenting just more of a visual board of what's available to them from that aspect. There wouldn't be any construction waste or anything of that facet. We just recently finished the City of Alpharetta's kitchen renovations. Things of that caliber that the space is being utilized for just as an invitee-only basis for our clients to see, what is available, and just providing more of a visual appearance to that aspect. But we're both from here. We both have done quite a bit of business in Cobb County as well, and we'd love to continue on that trajectory by, having this space to be able to perform, at our at a maximum efficiency.
Well, I have no more questions. If perhaps somebody else, anyone else have a question?
Any other questions for that? Commissioner Anderson?
Hi, thank you for the information so far. I had a couple questions on the site plan.
Yes.
So they're, how they related to the stormwater comments, it's just, you have this roll-up doors and this kind of truck apron that looks like supposedly folks, kind of the pickup trucks, box trucks, something like that will probably be backing up to those roll-up doors. How wide is that apron?
We have not specified that just to be able to accommodate for your recommendations. It would just need to, essentially, we would prefer 2 roll-up doors, but would prefer, we can work with 1. It's just essentially to be able to move that material in and out from that aspect. Is that what you're
Yeah,
referencing?
the reason I'm asking, because it feels like almost the flex warehouse either needs to, if it were possible, can't really work as shown on the site plan.
Okay.
But that's more of a site plan question that we don't necessarily have to go into details here. But
Sure.
just given the stormwater comments about where your bioswale and your retention area is placed, it looks like kind of the flex component either drastically shrinks once you kind of go through those exercises and kind of update the plan, or it
Of
goes
course.
away.
And we can
But-
refine that on when we, go further from there.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Any further questions?
I don't have any questions
Okay,
for her.
you can have a seat. Thank you.
My question's for DOT.
Go ahead. DOT, if we can have you.
And you can leave the site plan up.
Ligia Florem, DOT.
Good morning. It is still morning. The location of the driveway, the proposed driveway, and the intersection of Chance and Shaw Park Road, is that,
It does not meet our standards. And let me point out that this is not the site plan that I made the original comments on.
Okay.
The original site plan had the driveway on the curve on the north.
okay?
So having said that, you're correct. It does not meet our standards. Our standards is at least 50 feet from the intersection, the curve of return to the
Right.
radius of return.
Yeah, that just looks awfully close to
That's
me.
right.
And putting it on the curb is potentially an issue, I would think, with site distance as well.
Correct.
So all that just seems to be a real tight site for this type of use here, so just a thought there.
And just as a follow-up, would that basically mean that that whole entrance, if it were built to that standard, would have to be shifted all the way to the left? Or as
Correct,
much as possible?
to the west,
Yeah.
to maximize that distance. And we would prefer it on that road, on Shore Road, rather than Chance, because of the site distance issue.
Okay,
All right, great, thank you.
thank you.
Any other? I'll turn it back to you, Commissioner Lindstrom, for your motion.
Some of this has been a turn of events because I was going to ask to reduce this after my conversations with the applicant, reduce the number of parking places because he didn't need it. But I realized that every time I went over to Gritters, this is just not, I have to I'm ready to make a motion, please. Okay. I'd like to make a motion to leave to leave it just as it is, as OI. I make a motion to deny Z27 of District 3 to rezone from OI. Is that right, Robin?
Deny it, deny
the request. I make a motion to deny the request.
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Hughes. Any discussion? If not, I'll call the question. So vote of 5-0 for denial of Z29 as stated. All right, thank you. We're going to break for lunch, and we will return back at 5 after 1. Thank you. And welcome back to the July 2nd zoning hearing meeting. And we are going to start with a little bit out of order. We're going to start with, I want to entertain a motion for reconsideration of Z25 and, what is my SLUP number? And SLUP 6. So I'll entertain a motion for reconsideration.
So moved?
Yes?
Yep.
You
should second.
I second that.
So we have a second from Commissioner Lindstrom. Let's cast a vote for the reconsideration of Z25. It's a vote of 5-0 that we will reconsider the decision on Z25. And now I'll entertain a motion for reconsideration of SLUP 6.
So moved.
Oh, second.
We have a second second from Commissioner Lindstrom. No discussion. Let's take the vote on reconsideration of SLUP 6. Vote of 5-0 to reconsider SLUP 6. And now I will turn to Commissioner Lindstrom to make new motions associated with Z25. And then we'll pick up SLUP 6.
I hope I get this right. I make a motion to, not to make a motion.
To move Z25 forward without a recommendation.
I make a motion to move Z25 to not to make a motion. Doesn't that sound confusing? To no recommendation. Let's see how confusing we can do this.
Second?
I have a second from Commissioner Anderson. Is there no discussion? Let's call the question. Vote of 5-0 to recommend Z25 move forward with no recommendation. And now we will entertain a motion on SLUP 6.
On SLUP 6, I make a motion for a
Move forward with no recommendation.
move forward with no recommendation.
Second.
Okay.
I have a second from Commissioner Hughes. If there's no discussion, let's call the question. 5-0, we recommend moving SLUP 6 forward with no recommendation. All right, thank you. And now I'll turn it over to Mr. Martin to call our next case.
Thank you. Our next case today is going to be Z29 of 2024, Creators Group Investments 1 LLC, which is a rezoning from R20 to RSL for residential senior living, non-supportive, in land lot 18 of the 20th District. The property is located on the east side of Wade Green Road, north of Meadow Oaks Drive. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here in opposition to case Z29? Saying no opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Planning Commissioners, I'm Kevin Moore here on behalf of the applicant and owners in this application for rezoning. This concerns 11.8 acres located on Wade Green Road. We are seeking rezoning from its existing classification of R20 to the classification of RSL, residential senior living, which is an age-restricted category for a maximum of 39 independent senior age-restricted homes in the community. As part of this presentation, and I think it's helpful, we have just to remind not only the commission, but for any of those listening as well, just a little bit about age-restricted as a category, senior living as a category, and perhaps why we still need to focus on it as a housing option. I could stand here for 30 minutes or more, recite statistics about why it's needed, why it's necessary, but instead, I thought I'd save you the boredom and simply highlight what I think are three fairly significant, staggering statistics when you hear them to just help remind you again of why senior living now and why senior living going forward will continue to be an important component, and it's a part of the housing opportunities and options that we offer all of our residents here in Cobb County. First, by 2030, for the first time in U.S. history, our United States population will have more people over the age of 65 than under the age of 18. For the first time in our history, that happens in 6-7 years. And we're moving steadily and dramatically in that direction. Over the next 40 years in the U.S., the number of those 65 years of age and older will double. Now, specific to Atlanta and metropolitan Atlanta, which leads the nation in a burgeoning and growing and fastly growing population of those over 65, this is just in Atlanta. Those aged 65 and over will grow more than any other age group combined, growing 200% between 2015 and 2050. Our population here in Atlanta will grow by 200%, 65 age and over. And that's important when you're considering housing, and that being residential senior living that's age restricted, be it the independent type of senior community that we're proposing, be it age restricted in terms of continuing care or assisted living or even senior apartments, each of which have a place, a location that's appropriate, that's compatible with the surrounding area, each of which provide a valuable and much-needed component to offering housing options for a market and for a senior population that's going to double over the next 30 years and beyond. It's just like, and I compare it to the 70s and 80s and specifically the 90s in this county when we were undergoing tremendous growth by families and people that were moving here to take part in the economy that was burgeoning here in Cobb County, and a lot of families. We developed many subdivisions during those periods of times. We developed townhomes, we developed subdivisions, we developed apartments to meet that need. Well, now we have another need, and it's continuing to grow, and that is to provide for senior housing options in the right place, again, so that we can offer options to a growing market of people who will be here and be a part of our population and will continue to do so every day. And again, though, I think it is important that we find the right locations. That doesn't mean that every location is age restricted, no more than every location isn't appropriate for apartments or townhomes or for a single-family subdivision. But we think that the property that we're bringing forward to you today for your consideration is that location. It is a great location that meets the terms of your ordinance for residential senior living, that's on an arterial roadway, Wade Green Road, and that offers 39 homes set up as residential senior living. I'm going to turn to the site plan now, kind of go over that with you and show you that and why we think this is a great location for RSL. Turning to the site plan, here you have Wade Green Road. Wade Green Road, as you know, that's a major arterial road in our county. This is just over 11.8 acres. And we have proposed a maximum of 39 homes. And this looks very similar to other types of RSL arrangements, layouts, and designs that you have seen. We also have what we believe is a very significant and appropriate sized amenity area that will have walking trails to connect with the interior sidewalks. We'll have a pavilion as well as sport court or pickleball courts as well, offerings for the amenities of the residents. We have also made sure that we have landscape and undisturbed buffers along our perimeter. This property is adjacent to and completely surrounded on this side of Wade Green Road by subdivisions that are zoned and developed R15. As part of this application, and I think it's evidenced by the fact that there's no one here in opposition today, this applicant, David Granat, took it upon himself as part of this application to really outreach and go to neighboring homeowners and neighboring subdivisions and talk with them, beginning well before we even filed the application and continuing to speak with them and speak with these neighbors. And it became very apparent that what they wanted to see was residential senior living, an age-restricted community of detached homes that would provide for a very high-quality development and homes, but be in keeping with their homes and their neighborhoods and their communities, but not providing for jungle gyms in the backyard and the noise and just the activity that goes on with a single-family neighborhood. By and large, they preferred RSL, an age-restricted community, over this property being developed as R15. And they were very adamant about it and have been very supportive of that throughout. And I believe that that, again, is evidenced by the fact that we don't have opposition sitting here today, is because of those efforts to just go talk to people so that they can understand what's being proposed and they can understand how this type of project would be of benefit to them and their community. And what they saw is what we believe are the benefits of RSL. Many times when we're up here and you're discussing and considering residential developments, the idea of density and the concept of density, be it positive or negative, or the impacts of density, residential density in particular, on a particular area are debated and discussed. But what's not debatable is what senior living or an age-restricted community does with respect to what we typically see from density. What do we complain about or hear about from density? It's traffic impact and road impact. Well, it's been well documented many, many times that an age-restricted community produces or has the impact of two-thirds less, or a third of the impact of a single-family community in terms of traffic impact. Why? Because far and beyond, most of the people that will live and enjoy living in this community that we're proposing are retired or don't have driving times that a lot of us enjoy or have to enjoy now. They don't have families and family trips daily in the morning and the afternoon, and they drive differently because they made a decision and their quality of life and their life choices. They're in a different position now and want to be a part of a senior community. And as a result, the traffic impact is far, far less. The school impact, there's no school impact. There's no school-age children. This is an age-restricted community. Impacts on other aspects of infrastructure, likewise, far less than the comparable single-family community. So I think once those things are understood and once those were understood by our surrounding neighbors, I think they saw the value too in having an RSL community as part of their community. It brings people in to live there that are vibrantly attracted and involved with the local community and make great neighbors, and that's how they felt as well. This particular proposal initially was proposed for a total of 42 homes. This was continued last month. We had re-looked at some aspects of this proposal and of this site plan after receiving some comments and reduced it from 42 down to 39, and we do believe that that's an appropriate number. From a density standpoint, that is 3.3 units per acre under RSL on an arterial such as Wade Green Road. The ordinance provides that density can go up to a maximum of 5 units per acre. When we looked around, in particular in District 3, 3.3 units per acre seemed like a number if you're focused on the statistics of this, but it seemed like a density number that seemed to repeat itself or be very nearly repeated itself in other similar types of locations, that is on an arterial in an area that may be low-density residential on the land use map, but was still zoned for an RSL at 3.3 units per acre. An excellent example of that is the RSL community at the intersection of Sandy Plains Road, which is another arterial road, major road in District 3 in Ebenezer, where it was rezoned to 3.3 units per acre for an RSL community of a very similar size in acreage. So again, we've seen that in other locations and do believe that density at 3.3 units per acre is not too dense, especially for a age-restricted community such as being proposed here. Lastly, I just want to show you a couple of examples of the type of home that would be built here, just so you can get a flavor of that as well. And Cornelius is going to help me with that. And he's just going to show you, we have a couple of examples of the type of homes that you've seen, and that is, these are homes that are very, very well appointed with porches and all the architectural detail that you see. They're just smaller. People who have made the decision that this is what they want in their life in terms of how they want to live and where they want to live. They don't want to live in a 2,500 square foot or a 4,000 or a 5,000 square foot house. They want to live in a house that's sized appropriately, but to the quality that they need and want. And with that, we respectfully request your recommendation for approval. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is, yeah, don't go too far. I figured that was the case. But I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Lindstrom to lead the discussion.
I do have a couple of questions for you, Kevin.
Sure.
Is the fire, I know at one point there was a question about the fire turnaround. Is there enough of a turnaround for them? Have they approved the one that you've got?
Yes, it's been designed to meet the fire code in terms of what they need for purposes of turnaround, in terms of the length of the small dead-end segment, as well as you have the cul-de-sac, which will, on the other end, which obviously will fit for purposes of fire equipment and trucks mobility. But yes, it's been designed with that in mind specifically. Obviously, if we get into plan review and there needs to be some adjustments, that's why we always say it's a maximum of 39 homes.
May I ask what the price range of these houses are?
Sure. Anticipated price point is going to be probably high 400s to low 600s, just depending on options and so forth. And to give you perspective on that, in case you haven't seen it, the median house price in Cobb County now is about just over $400,000. So this is going to be just over that median house price point.
Okay. Well, and one last thing, just to comment on something you said, that there is not one person here who is eligible to live in that. Okay, that's all the questions I have. Does anyone else have a question?
Any other questions, Kevin? Nope. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, I am ready to make a motion unless someone does have questions on this one. I'm ready to make a motion for Z29 at Wade Green Road to change the current zoning to from R20 to RSL with the following stipulations. I know that, and I'm not sure this really is a stipulation or a variance, but I know that the county had hoped for fewer than 39 homes. They would have liked it closer to 25 or 27. So if that requires a variance, I would like to recommend a variance be made. Is that a variance?
No.
If the county is recommending a lower density,
The staff recommendation was to cap it at 2.5 units per acre.
yeah. So can we make it, well, I'd like it approved for 39 homes. How about that? Is that?
Make that a stipulation.
Well, okay, that is what, okay. So my stipulation is, but would that be a variance or just, no? Okay. Okay, so part of my stipulations is that 39 homes be approved and all other RSO requirements to be in place. Then on two, the second one is the construction. I'd like to see it be a clean construction site. The one that you were talking about, Kevin, on across from the post office up on Sandy Plains Road, that was terrible.
Okay.
I don't know if you were involved in that one or not, but I'd like this a
I
clean
wasn't involved in
construction site.
constructing it, so no.
Okay. I'd like a tire washing station available at all times. All construction vehicles to be parked on the site. There shall be no stacking of cars or trucks on Wade Green Road. All trash is to be removed each evening. So if they have lunch, the remains go with them. And once paved, the streets are to be reviewed frequently for loose nails. I've had my share of flat tires in these places. And I understand, so three, I think this is a given, but all garages are to be two-car garages.
Yes.
A hard surface walkway available, and I don't know if this is possible, but a hard surface walkway to be available between the sidewalk and the covered pavilion. I think the pavilion will be used to have community meetings, and if you've got somebody in a walker or a wheelchair, I think it would be nice if they could get to the meeting. Landscaping includes shade trees and shrubs to be approved by the county arborist and the district commissioner having final approval. A water sprinkler system, irrigation system to be installed at the front entrance, which I think these people do. And to include in the HOA rules, this is nitty-gritty, too much information, but I'd like the rules to say that the community or personal gardens are allowed in their backyard. And I'd like a minimum of 2 benches along that walkway that they have. And then all recommendations by county staff were not in conflict with these stipulations. You're looking, what are you thinking?
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Boulogne. Is there any discussion? Yeah, Commissioner Anderson?
Just, Commissioner Lindstrom, did you want to reference the STIP letter that I think is dated, was the latest one June 24th?
No, I didn't.
Yeah,
I forgot to bring that with me.
Mr. Chairman? Yes. As to the motion that's been presented, I would advise caution as to stipulating as to certain requirements relating to private HOA rules or covenants as it would relate to zoning requirements or standards or anything we might have from the county level, but we shouldn't necessarily insert stipulations into something that has to be enforced by an HOA.
Okay. Kevin, that's not a stipulation about the gardens, but would you ask them about that?
Of course.
A little legalese there. Any further discussion before we call the question? Not?
Sorry, does the motion does include the June 24th?
Yes.
Okay,
The
got it,
June-
just wanted to go.
The June 24th stipulation letter does include that.
Since, in that case, can we get a clarification on which controls in the event that anything in that letter contradicts any of the verbal conditions and stipulations just stated?
You want me to?
Kevin, you can answer.
If I could answer, Commissioner Boulogne. So, no, the only, the letter is, and the additional stipulations are, there's nothing that's in conflict, they're just in addition to.
Yes.
What about the 2.5 units per acre?
Well, she,
I'm
that's
asking-
39 units.
I'm asking, it is not 2.5.
Okay, so you're not going to have that restriction?
No, I'm
Okay.
asking to waive that
Okay.
restriction.
Okay, fine.
I think it's a good place for it.
Are we all sufficiently confused enough to vote?
Do you want me to do this again?
Okay, everybody is clear of the motion on the table? Let's call the question. Vote of 5-0 to recommend approval of Z29. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll turn to Mr. Martin to call the next case. Oh, no, we need a 5-minute recess here. I'm sorry, caught that late. So we'll resume in 5 minutes. Thank you. This is only hearing for July 2nd, and now we will have Mr. Martin call our next case.
Okay. So our final held case for today is LUP 12 of 2024, which is Reginald A. Rutherford, requesting a temporary land use permit to allow business and related vehicle parking in land lots 1244, 1245, 1272, 1273, and 1319 of the 19th District. The property is located on the south side of High Rome Lithia Springs Road, east of Holman Road. Is the applicant present? The applicant is present. Is there anyone here in opposition to LUP 12?
Oh, I remember this one.
Seeing no opposition.
Okay. Hi.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Board of Commissioners. My name is Reginald Rutherford with Indigo Landscape, Indigo Professional Tree Service. I'm proposing a privacy fence to surround the property. I'm on a 40-acre property in Powder Springs where I keep my vehicles for tree service and landscaping. Upon the last hearing, it was contingent upon proposing fencing around that area, that parking area. There were two properties in concern of being able to view our vehicles. That's also where our employees park as well. The Martin resident and the Hunter resident. The Martin resident connect directly to our property, and the Hunter resident is on Keaton Drive. So I'm proposing to install fencing there to conceal the commercial vehicles that's parked in the parking area.
Okay, anything else you want to share?
No, that's it. Thank you.
All right. Did you want to speak or need to speak? No, sir. Okay. I would say just hold tight and right there, and we'll turn it to Commissioner Hughes to lead the discussion since this is in District 4.
Thank you, Chairman Vaught, and good afternoon, Mr. Rutherford. When we met 2 months ago, I think we talked about screening your equipment, and it looks like you've done that. The updated site plan that I see here shows a 6-foot wooden fence that would extend about 200 feet along Keaton Drive. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then I'm assuming it connects somewhere there going north to, adjacent to the Martin property?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And if you could just describe the equipment that you would have stored in this area? You know.
Yes, we have landscape trucks, which are box trucks, utility box trucks, tree service vehicles, which is a dump truck, chipper truck, and a bucket truck.
Okay. And you don't perform any services from this location, correct?
Correct, no, not at all.
Okay. And how many employees do you have at this time?
5 currently.
So you have 5? They have 5 vehicles? Are there 5 vehicles too?
Correct.
Okay. Is that, okay. Just making sure. I know I think staff has been in contact with you, at least via email, the last few days on my behalf, because I was trying to clarify exactly where the parking for the employees would take place. And I'm will it also be located where the equipment's going to be stored as well, or the vehicles, excuse me?
Yes, in the same area where the vehicles are stored.
And then I was also trying to get a sense of the overall height of the equipment, the trucks. I think in the response I saw 8 feet. Is that?
Yes,
about-
roughly
Roughly
about
8 feet?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think those are all the questions I have for the applicant.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? I'll turn it to Commissioner Lindstrom for a question.
I have a question. Do you do any chipping on your property?
No, we take our chips to the to a local landscape disposal yard.
And how high again did you see? Will any of the neighbors be able to see that dump truck? Because that's higher than 6 feet.
No, with the proposed fencing, that's going to pretty much conceal the equipment. And as I mentioned at our last hearing, really there was no opposition or issue with any of the neighbors who I'm well acquainted with, even as it stands.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Any other questions of the applicant? Not, thank you. I'll turn it back to Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you. I'm prepared to make a motion at this time, and you can take a seat at
Yes,
this
sir.
point. Sorry. Unless anybody else has any questions, okay? I'm prepared to make a motion at this time recommending approval of Land Use Permit 12-2024 based on the following stipulations. This approval is just for this applicant. The permit will be just for 12 months. It'll be subject to quarterly inspections by code enforcement. The height of the fence, I believe, needs to be increased from 6 feet to 8 feet. So just to make sure that that the equipment is in fact screened from the adjoining property owners. The equipment that will be stored there are 2 single axle dump trucks, 2 bucket trucks, 2 landscape trucks, 2 Bobcats for a total of 8 vehicles, and no more than 5 employees. And I'm making this recommendation of approval for really 2 reasons. One, there's no opposition, so it seems as though they have peacefully coexist for the most part. But also, this is a 40-acre tract as well, so I think it can easily be screened and can exist and be a good neighbor to the residents in the area. So that would be my motion.
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Anderson. Any discussion? Let's call the question. It's a vote of 5-0 to recommend approval for LUP 12. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So that brings us to our first new business case of the day. That is Z30 Bentley Residential Properties LLC, Summer Properties LLP, estate of James W. Bentley, James W. Bentley Jr., requesting a rezoning from CF and R20 to RA4 for single-family residences in Land Lot 224 of the 17th District. The property is located on the south side of Rebecca Drive, west of Pear Street. This is our first case that was pulled from our earlier consent agenda today. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here in opposition to Z30? All right, we do have one in opposition. Would all parties willing to speak please come forward to be sworn in?
Afternoon, Commissioners. My name is George Bentley, and I live at 1018 Ridgeview Lane over in East Cobb. This property is in an area called Fair Oaks. I don't know if you're familiar with where Fair Oaks is between Marietta and Smyrna. And it is a property that's zoned CF, which I don't know if you're familiar with CF, but we're asking for it to be zoned to something that is a functioning zoning class. So we're asking it to be zoned to RA4. Now, these are 5 houses that are already located on one parcel of land. And approval of this will require multiple variances: size of the house, setbacks, lot widths, encroachment to other property lines. A lot of variances will go along with it. So these houses were built in 1948 by my grandfather on lumber that came from the farm that I live on. And they've always been, since they've been created, they've always been affordable rental houses. And I don't know how many times in Cobb County I've listened to the word affordable property or affordable or the word affordable. And these are truly affordable houses. They've always been that way. I can remember my grandmother renting them for $80 a month. So my dad renovated these houses in the 80s. He wasn't a contractor, so he did them the best he could. And then I turned around in the 20s, or in the 2020s, and I renovated them completely. I'm a general contractor. These houses were built, like I said, they were cottagey type houses with exposed rafter tails, if you know what that is, under the eaves. It had beaded pine paneling inside. He was able to salvage some of it. I salvaged some of it. Every house has got one original wall of the beaded paneling in the house. So what started me on this journey was my effort to go get a building permit when I wanted to get these houses done. Instead of asking forgiveness, I wanted to ask permission. And so I went to the Community Development Department, and oh my God, you should have seen the people wringing their hands. I just don't know what we're going to do. I don't know. I've never seen anything like this. It's just like, you need to talk to mapping. You need to talk to GIS. You need to talk to so-and-so. And I'm finally, after a month, I said, who runs this outfit here? And they go, oh, so-and-so does. I said, can I talk to him? Because you can't talk to anybody anymore. So the guy comes up, and I said, look, here's the deal, okay? And through his effort and my effort, we were able to call this 106 Rebecca Drive, building 106, 108, 110, 112, and 116. So it put me on the journey to say, look, I may need to try to get these things straightened out, because this has been a real hassle. Even then, inspectors would come out there on an inspection and turn me down, and they would say, you need to go talk to zoning, because this is non-compliant. And I'm like, oh my God. So that's what I started dealing with. So it put me on this journey to say, I need to subdivide this and get this out of the zoning that it currently is. Now, if you don't know what CF zoning is, it's zoning that was created. At one time, this county didn't have zoning. Okay, so in 1972, they created zoning. Well, up to that point, somebody came along and said, hey, how are we going to identify some of these commercial areas? What are we going to do? Well, they put somebody out there, or a group of people out there, and they said, we're going to go around and we're going to vet these areas, and we're going to say, this is CF, future commercial. This is CF. This is CF. This is CF. This is CF. So it makes it easier when people go in to get zoning, because they didn't know how to do zoning, so they were just starting. So when people go in to get zoning, how's it going to be easy? Hey, we've already vetted these areas. Okay, so at that point in time, there were probably 3 commissioners. You had your chairman, Eastern District, Western District. Okay, there are 177 acres in CF zoning out of 236,000 acres in Cobb County. We need to give these CF people a zoning category. Because here's what it says about CF. Under the comprehensive amendment to the zoning ordinance, the Board of Commissioners resolved that an owner of property currently designated CF and not developed shall have until January 17, 1996, with which to commence development pursuant to the previous conditions. For the purpose of this section, commencing development shall mean applying for rezoning to an appropriate zoning district, obtaining a building permit, and beginning construction of the development. If such development shall not occur by January 1996, such a portion of the undeveloped and unzoned property must be brought in for rezoning to another district which is compatible with the Cobb County Comprehensive Plan. This is section 134-212 of Cobb County's Comprehensive Code or Muni Code or whatever they call it. So, this is a representation. This is what my little houses look like down there. I think they're just absolutely gorgeous. And I don't want to do anything to it. I just want to subdivide it. Give me zoning, fix this, and let's move on. Okay, that's a representative look at, there's 5 houses that look like that. Let me put this one in there. That's the street. That's looking down Pear Street to down Rebecca Drive to the end of the street. 2 houses on the right, my 5 houses on the left. 2 houses on the right, my 5 on the left. You see, these are ditches with pipes and driveways. I don't want to go in there and put in curb and gutter and sidewalk. I don't want to do that. I don't want to go in there and put a fire truck turnaround in the middle of this thing. That will ruin the integrity, the peacefulness, the serenity, and the settledness of this area. I don't want to have any DOT comments because I'm not going to do it. I don't want to have any fire comments. They can use Pear Street. The only thing I could possibly put in here is a hammerhead turnaround. Okay, hammerhead turnaround is like the hammer handle and you got the head so the fire truck can back in there. I'm not going to put one of those in the middle of this thing. It'd be hundreds of thousands of dollars plus curb and gutter and sidewalk. I'm not going to do that. So here's the thing. I talked to the water department and they're good. Plenty of capacity, no problem. I've talked to stormwater. I think we can work it out because if you look at this plat, and you should have a letter of stipulations there, right? I submitted a letter of stipulations?
We have all the information you said.
Okay. When you look at that plat, that's the original plat I did. I've surveyed this thing like 3 times. And each time I keep thinking, okay, well, I'm going to make so-and-so. No, I'm not going to do that. So here's the thing. I can either do this and we can work together and get this done and you need to at least give me some kind of zoning because CF is non-existent. And you've got 198 more of them around there somewhere. Get this done and give me zoning of some sort because the RA4 is perfect transitional zoning from low density to medium density, which there's RM8 and RM12 right behind this little development. This is a perfect transition. And if you don't really want to go along with that, then I would suggest you just deny it. I'll go back to what I'm doing with 5 houses on one parcel that don't fit the county standards, and we're just going about our business. But I really think the county ought to reimburse me for having to come up here.
You got 1 minute. So.
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Thank you. Just hang tight because we may have some questions for you. And this is in District 3, so Commissioner Lindstrom, I'll let you lead.
You have opposition.
Oh, we do have opposition. I'm sorry. We didn't earlier, but come on up and we will hear the opposition. Sorry about that, sir. And if you'll just state your name for the record when you.
My name is Todd Beasley. Do you have the site plan called up? Could you call it up there? My name's Todd Beasley. I own the properties which when he's showing Rebecca Drive there, site plan oversight. On the properties, to get off of this road to Rebecca, you turn down Pear Street, which comes right off Allsdale Road.
You want the site plan?
Yes, the overview. So what do I point to?
You can just describe where you want.
Okay, if you look at right on the right-hand corner of the properties coming off Austell Road, the two parcels that you see, which is currently zoned, the future commercial, those right there he's pointing to, those are the properties that I own. And I've owned them for, I guess, 30 years or so. The other corner is a QT gas station right across the street from there. So to get to the properties he's talking about, you have to come off Austell Road, and then you swing to a left on the road he was showing, which is Rebecca Drive. So when I look at the properties, and if you look at this whole zoning and so forth, you see everything is zoned around it, at least adjoining onto it. It's got some type of commercial classification. Mine's got the CF, just like he does, but all the other surrounding properties also have that. So when I look at it, it's, if you want to change to RA4, it's going to affect all the properties that are surrounding it. And, it's just like it's going to, it just doesn't fit in. Over the years, that parcels that I'm talking about, that's right across from the QT gas station, I've been approached about, hey, about getting it rezoned. Could it be something used for a community building, convenience store, one time a car wash, a church, about, what could be the potential use of it. Nothing ever happened with it because, and I've always left it at that CF classification with the idea if someone comes in, in the future and they want to develop it, it's kind of wide open for that commercial classification, what you can do. If all of a sudden you go to an RA4 zoning, it's going to affect some of the setback requirements. There's going to be additional buffers that I'm going to have to put in, or whoever develops the property. And I'm just not only talking about me, I'm talking about everybody that surrounds the property. We'll have to be, look at standards of what you would normally do for commercial, that you're also going to be running up to residential, which will, change what you would have for, development space and your footprints of your buildings and so forth. The properties, even though they've got that future commercial classification, they're still treated like residential properties, at least from the part of taxes. I know when I've gone and looked at it from the taxes or appeal taxes and so forth, they always call it comps. It's just not necessarily commercial. They call it, residential. So, it's like I said, they still won't classify it as a commercial, but, it's looking for the future. They want it to be commercial. If you look at the parcel and you come off, Mr. Bentley's come in and he's got a site plan where he's divided up the individual properties. And the first property has, when he first starts on his development, he's got a setback requirements, and the first property is kind of encroaching over in the building setback areas to my property that butts up to, my properties, which is also be a, challenge down the road too. I know you made the comment about, cottage-style homes and so forth. They're probably one of the few cottage-style homes that you see. And, a lot of times the building standards today, those would not be acceptable for homes to be built. But it's just like you're coming in with an RA4 zoning and you're kind of almost like forcing it, kind of to fit. And when I start looking at it, to me, it's just the whole thing when I just like look at it over and over, I just say, this does not fit. This does not fit for what's surrounding it. It does not fit for, how they planned it for in the future. So I'm sure there's multiple variances. I haven't really looked at them for what the, what's the county when it was going through the approval process. I understand the struggles he was having with it, and I'm sure it's a unique situation. And it's been, he's probably had a lot of struggles, but, you just like look at it, it's just like, just don't go look at a zoning and say, hey, this is going to fit, or I'm going to make this fit. Like I said, my main concerns is, you hear me continuously just saying, don't fit. It will, if you go in with this type of zoning, it's going to affect not only the properties that are already around it, commercial, some of them, the vacant land, some of them are small houses, structures that eventually one day would be, would be something to tear down where they could develop the area. You look at it, y'all know how it is down South Cobb Drive, especially on that intersection of Austell and South Cobb Drive. His site plan also, when he turned it in toward the end of the street, he's proposing, some additional building sites. A lot of the houses, you look at them, they've got certain requirements. They should be built by code. I know they're, from the past and so forth. I think the minimum requirement on some of the, RA4 zonings, 950 square feet. The place he's got, I know there'd be, I'm not sure of all the square footage. I don't know if it's in the folder, but I don't think any of them, meeting that 950 square feet. Like I said, it's a unique situation. And I just look at it versus trying to force zoning into something. I just think we need to look at it and say, I don't think we want to come in and, do a pocket of zoning, which is going to affect everything around it. So I respectively, turn to the commission about, let's, keep the zoning the way it is. Let's don't force in a zoning that don't fit. And then forcing in a zoning that doesn't fit, it's going to affect all the surrounding properties around it. Okay. Any questions?
No, we'll call you back up if we need anything. Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, I'll turn it to Commissioner Lindstrom to lead the discussion.
Well, in a sense that the gentleman that just spoke in opposition, in a way, it sounded like he just wanted to leave it as CF, and still that would allow George to remain, build his remaining 2 cottages. I counted up the number of variances that was requested by Cobb County, and there are 13 of them, including bringing the entire road up to standardization of today. So what you would end up with is a 26-foot wide road with curbing, gutter, and sidewalks on one side of the street, and on the other side of the street, you're going to have a drainage pipe, drainage ditch pipe, drainage pit. And I thought, looking at this site plan, that's a lot to ask of one person to do that. That's got to be very, very expensive just to standardize a street. And also in response to the gentleman who's in opposition to this, I've been in those little houses, and they are little. They are about 700, 750 square feet, very tiny. But they've all been done. They are all air conditioned. They're brand new inside. They have hardwood floors. They're adorable. So I can't say anything negative about those cute little houses. I think he's right. They really are cute. But, and I understand, he's got the space for 2 more houses. And I'd love to see him put those 2 more little houses in there. The back part of those houses are gravelled. They have shared driveways. So you could go up any driveway and still meet your neighbors. And they are affordable housing. But there you have it. The county does want him to do a lot. I'm sure there's a few on the part that is existing, reducing the minimum lot size, reduce minimum public road frontage, the major side setbacks, reducing the house size from 950 down to 750 to be consistent with the other 5 houses that are there. But the rest of them, I could see that being easily placed into a variance that would be acceptable to all of us. But these other ones, I'm going to stay out of that one. In fact, I'm going to stay out of CF, out of this thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, hold on. Brian Jones, Mr. Jones, about the 198 still zoned CF. What happens with those? So say, for example, the way this is, the way I'm interpreting this is that he has this little piece that's still left over from the original parcel, and he wants to build 2 houses on. To do that, and in order to build those 2 houses, he's got to widen the whole street, put in a hammerhead turnaround, sidewalks for the whole street, and ditch and curbing for the whole street. What happens if somebody, and that's because he wants to disturb the earth. So what happens if somebody else, and I don't have any idea where these other 198 properties are, but what happens if one of them is another shotgun house or a little cottage that is small, and they decide they want to make their house bigger and add a sunroom to it, let's say, or something that, a garage, something that's going to disturb that. I'm sorry to do that to you, but something that's going to disturb the dirt. Are they also going to have to widen the road?
Well, that's certainly hypotheticals on those because we don't know until each parcel either comes into rezoning or seeks an LDP or a permit or something along those lines. And each parcel has to be taken individually. Now, we have our development standards which apply as to bring infrastructure up to current code, and I think that's when DOT makes recommendations. And this is the opportunity by which when an applicant comes in for zoning relief or a permit, that's how those improvements get captured as to that parcel. I think your comments in your discretion, were fair to say, it seems like a lot, but that's in the discretion of this board in making its recommendation, and then the final decision by the Board of Commissioners. But I think as to the CF zoning or any of those, I mean, it's each parcel would have to be looked at individually, but our standards do apply to all applications and all reviews of the applications, and that's why the professional staff makes professional recommendations. It's to this Planning Commission and Board of Commissioners whether to take those or not.
Okay.
Terry,
So-
did you have anything to add, or?
Well, I did want to just make sure that it was clear that being CF is what caused the need for the rezoning, so Mr. Bentley is not incorrect there. The current renovations and permits that he has begun to pull is kind of what brought this to light. The main, whether or not there are 2 additional homes built, it stands today that there are 5 on 1 lot, which of course that's not per code. And even the act of subdividing the parcel to create those 5 lots, to put each one of those onto its own lot, cannot be allowed under the CF category. So the rezoning is even necessary to simply keep the 5 as is, putting them each on their own lot. So,
Wow. Okay, thank you.
Just a, sorry, quick question. What is staff's recommendation?
well, you'll recall earlier today, we did have it on consent for approval to the site plan received by the zoning division on April 30th, 2024, with the district commissioner approving minor modifications. All the variances contained in the zoning division comments. And then the Department of Transportation comments and recommendations, the Fire Department comments and recommendations, Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations, and Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations.
Well, I'm ready to make a recommendation unless there are other comments.
Yeah, let me just make sure. Any other questions?
Can I mention that I do have a letter?
We can't take a, if you want to, I'll let you come up to the mic, but we can't shout out from the audience.
Can I mention that, you know, my original application, this is not what I'm asking for. I'm asking for an application for rezoning based on my letter of stipulation.
Thank you.
And and that site plan that's attached to it.
Thank you.
Well, I would like to make a motion to approve the rezoning of his property, of this property, from CF to RA4, dependent upon Cobb County requirements and recommendations. Some of these variances may be agreed upon Cobb County to waive as they exist today, but that's up to Cobb County and the Board of Commissioners. So that's my motion.
Okay, we have a
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Blouin. Any discussion? If not, let's call the question. A vote of 5-0 to recommend approval of Z30. Yeah, thank you.
All right, so that does bring us to our next case, Z31. And as a reminder, that does have the companion case SLUP 7. So if you wish, I'll read those two together.
Yeah, we prefer to
Okay.
hear them together.
So Z31, CarMax Auto Superstore Incorporated, is a request to rezone from R20 to CRC for used auto sales in land lot 208 of the 20th District. Property is located on the south side of Quarry Road, west of Greer's Chapel Road. And that companion case is going along with this zoning case is SLUP 7, CarMax Auto Superstore, which is the special land use permit necessary for used auto sales in land lot 208 of the 20th District, located on the south side of Quarry Road, west of Greer's Chapel Road. The applicant. The applicant representative is here. Earlier, we did have someone in opposition, which caused us to pull it off consent. Is opposition still present? And we still have one in opposition. So anyone wishing to speak, including for or against, please come forward to be sworn in.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is David Kirk. I'm a partner with the law firm of Troutman, Pepper, Hamilton, Sanders, 600 Peachtree Street, Northeast in Atlanta, here representing CarMax. As Mr. Martin indicated, this case involves two requests, one for rezoning, one for a SLUP, and it concerns the existing CarMax that's located on Ernest Barrett Parkway in Cobb County. Let me give you a very brief background about CarMax. It is the largest retailer of used cars in the nation. First store opened in 1993, began as a side business of Circuit City. They sold over 1.3 million vehicles last year, including one to my daughter who had just graduated from college. They have 1.1 million customer accounts through CarMax Auto Financing, which is headquartered here in Cobb County. There are about a little over 200 associates at this location, excuse me, which is, as I said, located at Ernest Barrett Parkway. This afternoon, we're here asking you to rezone the subject property from R20 to CRC and to recommend approval of a SLUP for pre-owned automobile sales separate from a new car dealership. We've also requested a buffer reduction to the adjacent property from 35 to 20 feet. Of course, we would enhance the buffer plantings there. Staff supports the approval of these applications as well as the buffer reduction with conditions. They found that this is in fact consistent with the future land use for this area. This will allow us to expand what we call the WIP lot. WIP stands for work in progress, which is essentially a staging area for vehicles that are either destined for the sales lot on the CarMax facility or for shipment elsewhere. This is an aerial of the existing CarMax facility. You can see the access point off Ernest Barrett Parkway. That will not change. There will be no additional access provided to the property from Quarry Road, which is in the upper right of the frame there. The WIP lot, the existing WIP lot, you can see is that sort of curved area near the back, right next to the very deeply planted buffer. I think it was 2013 or 14. The Board of Commissioners approved a SLUP for that area, and one of the conditions was a deeply planted buffer adjacent to the property line. You can see here the location of the proposed, or the subject property. It's about 1 acre and would allow us to expand that WIP area substantially. Now, staff noted, and I think Ms. Davis is still here, that there was opposition. That's why I pulled it off the consent. Spoke with Mr. Boatwright and Ms. Davis during the first part of the day's events. Met with them briefly, assured them, and I assure you, that the proposed expansion of this WIP lot will have no effect on their property whatsoever. They own property on Mary Ada Drive, or Mary Ada Lane, excuse me, which is essentially that wooded area down to the south and slight east of the existing WIP lot. So in the lower right-hand corner, you can see the property line for the existing CarMax, so down in that lower right-hand corner. That's at least 700 feet away. As I mentioned, it's very heavily planted wooded buffer that already exists and will continue to exist as a condition of approval from the previous WIP expansion. I'm not sure exactly what their concerns are, but I will let Ms. Davis tell you. Very quickly, just going to the next one, you can see here the northern part of the slide here is Quarry Road. Quarry Road is a dead end. It serves this property and one other residential property, which I believe is maybe a rental property. We are not proposing any access. We're proposing to not have any access at all whatsoever to Quarry Road, which is why we've requested that we not be required to donate right-of-way, because this is a road to literally, quite literally nowhere, and will provide no access to our property. If you look down to the south of the plan, you can see the access point to the existing WIP lot. That will be the sole point of access in and out of this location. I mentioned the buffering. This is a preliminary landscape plan. Obviously, we would spend some time during plan review with your arborist to make sure that this was as robust as possible, but that would be an enhanced buffer along that eastern edge. In conclusion, we're asking for your recommendation of approval to allow us to expand our staging area, our WIP lot, in response to increased demand by our customers. The only access to this will be through the existing staging area, not through Quarry Road, so there will be absolutely no traffic on Quarry Road that's associated with CarMax. So Quarry Road will essentially be what amounts to a public road that serves the function as a private driveway to the adjoining property. Proposed rezoning and SLUP are consistent with the future land use map for this area and the subject property's classification as a regional activity center. So we're here this afternoon, of course, to answer any questions you might have in connection with this application, but also to respectfully request your recommendation of approval of both these applications with the conditions that were set forth in the consent agenda attachment earlier this morning. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions at the appropriate time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. If you have a seat, we'll hear from the opposition. And if you will state your name for the record as well.
Consuelo Davis.
Thank you.
I just had a question for him, because it's a house that's right below our, that butts up against our house, and it just separates with a fence. So I'm just trying to find out, would they be buying that property? Because I have heard that the owner is selling the property.
Yeah.
Because if that is, that's going to be right there at the edge of our property.
Okay. He's saying no, but yeah, come on.
Excuse me. You can sit right there. That's fine. Let me go back here. You can see here the property we're talking about fronts Quarry Road. Mary Ada is to the lower right.
Yes.
So we're not
Can
affecting
you,
any properties
can we,
whatsoever on Mary Ada.
I'm sorry. Can you,
No, it's not,
can you,
her property is not on Mary Ada.
can you point to where we're talking about? Because we just can't see it. So either using the pointer or.
Something else? Thank you. This is the property we're acquiring. Whoops. What did I do there? This is a property we're acquiring, and Mary Ada Lane is down here. So I'm not sure what property Ms. Davis is referring to. The seller of this property is somebody named Hopgood. I don't know if that's the person you're referring to, but we're not adjacent to any properties that are on Mary Ada Lane down here. The distance from here to, I think, the closest property that's on Mary Ada is about 700 feet.
Okay, so can you port to Quarry Road?
Quarry Road, yeah. Quarry Road is the
Okay.
only point of access.
So Mary Ada is not right there.
It's down here.
We are back up the other way. Okay, is this,
So maybe.
Can you go to the Yeah,
So
we go to GIS.
let me go to GIS. Let's hear from the opposition. I just wanted you to answer that question.
okay,
We'll call you
Grizz
back.
Chapel is how you get to Mary Ada Drive. You can take Grizz Chapel from, see how Grizz Chapel's coming? And then if you turn,
Yeah, and you go south.
you make a right.
That's Mary Ada.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's right.
So can we,
That's what I was pointing to.
can
So
we
it's
zoom
over this
in
way.
and see
Okay,
where your
because-
property is?
Okay. I was just trying to understand because they said there would be 1,000 feet from our property.
Right.
So I'm trying to understand if they over there, how they gonna be 1,000 feet from our property?
That was for notification.
They have to notify everyone that's within that, yeah.
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 But you actually can see, because we are like a hill, you actually can see CarMax from,
You can see it from your,
yeah.
and
It's just the trees are in the way, but you actually
do
can.
you know what, can we blow that back up again? Can you identify your house on this map?
No, because it's.
If you
over-
zoom in, is what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
maybe if you. It's the 1796.
17, okay, that helps me.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, and now zoom out a little bit, sorry. Okay, thank you. And so the new property is in yellow, so, or the property in question is in yellow, and then you 1796.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's about 700 feet away, if my calculation was correct. But it's within the 1,000 feet, obviously. that we
Right,
had
to do
provide
the notification.
for.
All right,
Okay.
I'm good.
So, no, I'm not rushing you away. You tell me if you're good or not, because this is your portion. I just wanted him to be able to answer the question, but you can sit down and let her finish her testimony.
I mean-
Thank you.
If that won't affect none of our things with, like, water and all of that.
Yeah, shouldn't, but,
Okay.
yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for showing up today. I'm going to turn this to Commissioner Lindstrom, since this is District 3.
I have had no problem with this, and to the applicant who is in possible opposition to it, you're in great shape. It will not disturb where you are at all. So I would like to make a motion. I have no questions. I've talked to the attorney several times, and I have no problems with CarMax expanding their whip section. So I'd like to make a motion to approve their change for Z31, the zoning of it. And I'd also, yeah.
And would you also be open to adding it back to consent?
Yes.
Okay. So we have a motion, and with stipulations. Yeah, with stipulations.
I don't have any,
They had some.
Hey.
Oh, good.
oh, the stipulations are on consent, yes. Thank you.
Is that motion? Okay.
Robin, I should put a chair right here.
All right, so we have a motion on the table to approve the 31 as it was on consent and add it back to consent with the associated stipulations. I'll entertain a second.
Second.
A second from Commissioner Hughes. Any discussion? Let's call the question. It's a vote of 4-0 for recommend approval of Z31. And I will turn it back to Commissioner Lindstrom to do SLUP 7.
Yeah. For SLUP 7, I would like to make a motion to approve SLUP 7.
Second.
Let me ask same things with the,
With the stipulations that are
And-
on CarMax's,
and to put it on consent.
and put it on consent.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table, a second from Commissioner Hughes. Any discussion? Let's call the question. Get a vote of 4-0 to recommend approval of SLUP 7. Thank you.
All right, so that brings us to our next case, which is Z33 O'Dwyer Properties LLC, requesting a rezoning from NS and R20 to RM8 for a townhome community in land lot 1296 and 1297 of the 19th District, located on the southeast side of Old Bankhead Highway, west of Brenda Drive and north of Haggard Drive. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here in opposition to Z33? Seeing no opposition present. Is there anyone in support of Z33?
And we can start with the GIS, with the drainer. We'll start there and switch over. Thanks. Thank you, and good afternoon again. I'm Kevin Moore here on behalf of O'Dwyer Homes in this application for rezoning. This property is not in District 3 today. This is a different area of Cobb County. This property is located off of Old Bankhead, and it's approximately 4.1 acres. And I wanted to highlight it for you with the GIS. It's off of Old Bankhead Highway, and you can see that it's zoned NS, which is neighborhood shopping, as well as a small portion of it is zoned R20. That portion that is zoned NS for neighborhood shopping, that property is within a community activity center. So as a result, the neighborhood shopping or the NS zoning category is one, various people want to call it various things. It's good, it's valid, it can be used, it can be developed under the NS category because it is within a community activity center. And I want to point that out to you because if you take a bigger look back from this picture here, you can see the community activity center really is one that was formed a long time ago when Veterans Memorial was Bankhead Highway. And it was really at the intersection of Old Bankhead and Bankhead Highway, which is now Veterans Memorial, that had formed this community activity center. But that was development that occurred a long time ago. What has occurred more recently is, if you'll see the RM8 that's across the street on Old Bankhead on the left side of your screen, that's a newer townhome development that's been finished recently that has done very well. There are other opportunities as you go throughout this area that you'll see where there's been newer residential development in an area that has not seen much in terms of redevelopment or new development as a whole. What you've seen is there's been some, and it continues to come forward. And I think this piece here, one of the reasons why we are proposing this for RM8, actually for RA4, excuse me, for a townhome community, is we believe, and Dwyer believes, that those opportunities are continuing to be present in this area of the county, where new residential development can bring a positive, a positive factor and a positive substance to the community, providing new residents, which, as you know, will hopefully then urge on and become better opportunities for better retail and commercial as well. Where this piece sits as an NS piece, does not have visibility from Veterans Memorial. It is not a first or second level type of retail location or neighborhood shopping location. It's something well below probably a third level of retail opportunity. I think absent this opportunity to have a smaller townhome development here, I think that the fear would be that the owner simply then has to turn and find some neighborhood shopping type of commercial or retail user that's not a first, second, or third level type of user. It would be a commercial or retail user that doesn't really complement or uplift the newer surrounding residential communities that are happening here. So turning to our site plan, there we go. What we are proposing is a townhome community, but RA4, and I'll go through that with you. Typically, a lot of times we see that as RM8 or fee simple townhomes, but we are proposing RA4, which allows 4 townhomes for a maximum of 16 homes at this location. A couple of things here that are of particular note. Number one, this property is challenged, and it's noted both by the Mapleton Improvement Coalition and their communications and with staff. There's a stream located here. There's also a power line located that comes across the property here. Those are challenges that are present here on this property that somewhat limit the available area for development. So what we have proposed, or what O'Dwyer has proposed, is a total of 16 townhomes. There is a variance that's being requested along the front here, and that's because of the limited area caused by the stream. To move this forward, we believe we can provide for a very attractive front. There's no reason to have it set further off the road of Old Bankhead than what we've proposed. It also allows us to maximize the room that we can develop here and also minimize the room that's needed for the impervious setback and stream buffer variance that occurs in this area here. We do have a good deal of area here that is going to remain completely undisturbed, which we would be using separately through our process with Cobb County Stormwater as it relates to the stream buffer variance. But we feel very good about that because of the amount of area that we are going to be leaving as undisturbed, which is basically all of this area of the property. In addition, O'Dwyer Homes, I want to show you the elevations that have been shared with the community. These are elevations that have been shared with the community during our meeting with Mapleton Improvement Coalition, which they found to be very interesting and very attractive. Dwyer Homes has a similar community that they've done not too far away. They would be using the same type of townhome product here and homes here, which they feel would add a great deal of interest and character for this smaller development. We do have a stipulation letter that's dated June 24th, and we have provided for what you would expect to see from a quality builder like Dwyer Homes in this community or proposed community to ensure that it has a strong mandatory homeowners association. Will have the types of covenants that you would expect to see. We think this is a great opportunity to get rid, frankly, of an NS zoning that only provides an opportunity for a type of use that we don't think would be appropriate here and would not be really consistent or complementary to the newer residential, whereas opposed to this plan, yes, it's going to take a couple of variances to do it, but those variances we believe are justified by the topographical features of the property as well as the power easement that crosses a portion of the property as well. We have also received a letter of comments from Mapleton Improvement Coalition that was submitted by Mick last week. We have no objection to that letter and are in agreement with their recommendations. If this commission were to include any portion or all of that letter, we would have no objection, would be in agreement to that as well. Obviously, it's up to your consideration. Also, I'd like to submit the elevation drawings, which is really just the photograph of the actual product, to the clerk. Those were not a part of our letter, but I want to make sure those are included as well, because that is the exact product that we are proposing for this community. Again, we believe this is an excellent opportunity for a small residential community, and we believe we've worked very well with Mapleton Improvement Coalition to receive their support with their additional conditions. And we'd appreciate the same recommendation of approval to the Board of Commissioners from you as a planning commission. Thank you.
Thank you. And as you joked, this is not in District 3 today, so we'll go to Commissioner Hughes for District 4.
Thank you, Chairman Vaught. Just to echo some of the comments from Kevin as far as the site itself, it certainly is a challenge with the utility easement that you see reflected here in the aerial map that you see before you. Additionally, the streams that are almost a third, if not more, of the site on the back half of that as well. I want to applaud Kevin and Mick for working closely together, I think, to come up with a good product. The oddness or the unusualness of the property, its shape, and some of the impediments that are there, I think, do support the need for variances, in particular shifting the development further towards Old Bankhead Highway so as to, as best you can, stay out of the area towards the rear there, stream buffer. I did want to highlight, and I'm just talking here, the private streets that are depicted here on the site plan. Ordinarily, I'm not a big fan of those. However, I want to call the Planning Commission's attention to stipulation 15 in the applicant's stipulation letter in particular. And it says the applicant agrees to establish and fund a separate account for the benefit of the future homeowners association for the purposes of future private street maintenance. Prior to approval of the initial plat, the applicant agrees to perform third-party street maintenance reserve study, subject to review and approval by Cobb County DOT, and the applicant shall fund the private street maintenance reserve fund with prescribed amount as determined in this reserve study. That's the first time I've seen that as I've been a member of the board, so I applaud y'all for willing to do that. I don't know if you want to comment on that or not.
It's something that, in our discussions with DOT, their recommendation, obviously they want to see public streets. However, if it's going to be a private street that's approved, we had some really good discussions about how would you want that to look then if that was the case? And this was some language that we worked on with DOT, frankly, to try to address what their concerns were, that if it was going to be a private street, to ensure that in the future, two things. Number one, there would be funds available for the HOA that were not just determined by the developer, but a study that they would be able to review and approve to determine that appropriate amount, number one. Number two, they want to make sure that there's no point in time in the future that this community comes back and asks the county to take them back as public streets. And that's why you see it referenced a number of times that it will be and maintain, it will be private streets, and they will always be private streets, and there's a separate fund to do that. So that's the genesis for that language, and what's there is to try to address and allay DOT's concerns. And we worked on it with them in that context.
I don't have any other questions or comments for Kevin, unless.
Any other questions from other commissioners? Nope.
Prepared to offer a motion recommending approval of Z 33, 2024 to the RA4 zoning category, subject to the following conditions. Well, let me say it this way. Subject to staff's recommendations included in their zoning analysis, with the revision, deleting stipulation number 3, no variances, and number 4, no stream buffer variances. All the other stipulations can remain intact. In addition to that, I'd like to add a stipulation that the district commissioner will approve the final architectural elevations of the units themselves, that the district commissioner will also approve the final landscape plan. Said landscape plan shall include the areas under the power lines that will be maintained by the HOA with a minimum of landscaping, grass, mulch, as well as fencing. All of this will be subject to Georgia Power's regulations. And then no short-term rentals permitted. And that we also include the applicant's zoning stipulation letter dated June 24th, 2024. And that would be my motion.
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Blouin. If there's no discussion, let's call the question. The vote of 4-0 to recommend approval of Z33. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so that brings us to our final case, which is LUP 21 of 2024, Edwin Stafford, requesting a temporary land use permit for an antique store and yard sales and land lots 1019 and 1054 of the 19th District. The property is located on the east side of Austell Powder Springs Road, south of Fir Avenue. Is the applicant present? The applicant is present. Is there anyone here in opposition to case LUP 21? Seeing no opposition present. The applicant step forward to be sworn in.
Good evening. My name is Edwin Stafford at Austell Powder Spring Road. I'm trying to get a variance on inside the house, which is residential, where I can do a little thrift store, like an antique shop. Outside, I want to put stuff out on the weekend. They told me I only had 3 times a year. I'm trying to make a living and pay the rent. All I want to do is just try to sit it out, put it back up, cover it up, keep the yard clean, the property clean, and have no problem. I didn't come there to create a problem. I tried to solve one. So all I want to do is sit it out on the weekend, put it back up, and I'm done. If I can sit out through the week with some of my older customers, like old furniture and this and that, cars, this, that kind of stuff, glassware, I sit it inside. All I'm trying to do is get y'all to work with me if it's possible.
Anything else you want to share with us?
Well,
if not, we'll have some questions for you, but just want to make sure you.
Okay, I'm good.
Okay. I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Hughes to lead the discussion.
Thank you, Chairman Vaught. Sir, are you actually live in the residence too? You live on this property, correct? Where
Yes,
you're
sir,
selling?
sometime.
Okay.
You know, I spend the weekend if I have to, when I'm more out.
So you do or do not live there? You say sometimes you live there.
Yeah, on weekends, sometime when I'm tired, I'll stay there because I get it back up the next day.
Okay.
That's why.
Okay. And I'm just looking at, I know this case came before us because there was a code enforcement violation, I think.
Yes, sir.
issued. What's the status of the code enforcement?
Well, they said you only can sit out 3 times a year.
Right.
You know, I've been all through Cobb County and Mableton. I live in Mableton, but since I had to move from there, I moved out here to try to open up a place because the investors bought the building. I was on Veteran Memorial for 11 years. And by me, didn't have nowhere to go, so I had to find a place. And that was convenient for right now because everybody else is $4,000, $5,000 a month, and I can't pay nothing like that.
Yeah, because you realize this is zoned for single-family residential.
Well,
This area is a residential.
The house is, and then the
Right.
fruit stand, they gave me the right there for 6 months, but it's attached to the house. But I'm trying to build up something I can pay the bills with. Well, don't disturb every neighbor that I went to. Ask them, they don't have a problem with it. You know, every now and then, if you have one person out of 200, may have something to do with it. But some people want that in the area. Like me sitting out on weekends. Some of them can't go to Walmart, Home Depot, rooms to go. They may want an old piece of furniture. So I may have that piece. And that's what I try to do.
And I can appreciate that.
Well, I try to serve. That's my thing.
I understand. And I appreciate that. I am concerned about the fact that there's a code enforcement action that's been issued. I've seen some of the photographs of the items that are on the lawn. I've also seen cars parked on the property as well.
Yes, sir.
So it creates a bit of a potential hazard, public safety hazard for people coming in and out.
I understand.
Carrying stuff, and so that's, I think, the concern.
When I'm so far off the street, back toward the house, well, nobody, you know, with the traffic coming down through there, nobody should, they can pull in and park and wouldn't have no problem getting in or out. Everything I got outside, I close it up, shut the side down, cover everything up where it don't be exposed like outdoor storage.
Right.
I try my best to keep it clean as I can.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. I may have another question. Let me stop real quick. Do any of our commissioners have questions?
Just one. So I heard, I get a little, what exactly are you selling? Because I heard cars, I heard, like, what's the majority?
No, I'm not selling cars. I got one that's broke down.
Okay.
That's a black truck.
Okay. Yeah, the cars is what was throwing me off. Everything else is like home goods, homewares type of thing?
Yeah, stuff in that nature.
Okay.
But the reference to cars were people who are coming to look at the furniture.
Right.
Yeah, and they're
Yeah.
parking.
That's why I got it parked on the
There's no
side.
designated parking area.
yeah.
They're just kind of parking all over the place.
Yeah. No, I get it.
And I think that's a hazard.
Yeah, that's my only question. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We may call you back up if we have some questions.
Please, sir.
Thank you, sir.
And thank y'all.
And so just for my fellow commissioners, the proposed hours of operation for this would be 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Wednesdays and Sundays. The code allows for personal property sales limited to 3 weekends per calendar year, not to exceed 3 days per sale. That correct, Terry? Am I reading that correct? Okay. The applicant proposes up to 10 customers per day, 40 per week, with customers parking on the front yard. That's the result of the code enforcement violation. So that's why we're here before us. I do have a quick question for DOT real quick. Yeah. Yes, yeah, sorry, yes.
Florim, DOT.
Thank you. Just a quick question. I think during the course of kind of reading staff's analysis and maybe talking to a few other folks, is there a trail of some sort proposed?
That's right. So our department is finalizing the conceptual plan for a trail along South Powder Springs Road. and I failed to locate which way. I don't think they have determined which side of the road they are
Okay.
going to do it in. I think that they were leaning towards I will say the east side, no, I'm sorry, the west side of the road, if we're looking north-south. It's a note on his side, but I did not specifically locate his property on that trail map.
Okay.
But correct, there is a project in the future.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Thank you. Any other questions for DOT? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And the reason I wanted to sort of clarify that is I think that investment, that project in and of itself is consistent with, I think, what the city of Austell is trying to accomplish and the southern part of in city of Powder Springs in terms of upgrading this corridor between the two cities, just from a streetscape, trail standpoint, recreation, you name it. I'm not sure this type of activity is a good fit for where I think that corridor is going. And I'm sympathetic to the applicant's ability to make a living, but I'm just not sure that this is the right location for this activity. And with that, I'm prepared to offer a recommendation recommending denial of this request. LUP 21, 2024. And that'd be my motion.
I have a motion from Commissioner Hughes.
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Blouin. Is there any discussion? If not, let's call the question. The vote of 4-0 to recommend denial of LUP 21. Thank you. We have a couple of items we need to get through. I will entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the June 4th zoning hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Hughes. Let's call the question. Those minutes are approved by a vote of 4-0. Second set of minutes from the June 24th special call meeting agenda review work session. Before I entertain a motion, I have one correction to these. On the call to order, I wasn't there, so, I'm not sure who called it to order, but I wasn't there present. But with that correction, I'll entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
Second.
And that's a second by Commissioner Hughes. Let's call the question. Vote of 4-0, those minutes are approved. If there's no other business, we can stand adjourned. Thank you.